This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 Finals. I'm your host, Paul Verum. Todd Gill here to bring you all the mobile esports action. It has been an amazing weekend of gameplay. We have seen champions crowned across a multitude of games, but today it is all about PUBG Mobile. Will we see a new champion crowned or a repeat from one of our fantastic teams? That's the question on everyone's minds. And by everyone, I mean myself and my amazing co-host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez, of course. He is here back once again. It's good to have you, sir.
Yeah, I can't imagine where else I would rather be than casting some PUBG Mobile with you and our other fantastic guest.
Yes, indeed. Cameron is back once again. Come on in, sir. Welcome. Join the party. I appreciate, for the record, I appreciate so much that not only did you commit to the camo, but that you found like a nicer, fancier one with like a collar and everything. Dude, I am so appreciative of the commitment.
It's the grand finals. You got to turn up. Or at least, you would assume.
Dress up, turn up, you know, same thing.
Yeah, same things. In this instance, yes, get hyped up because these are going to be an amazing series of games. I cannot wait. 5 games being played today to determine who will be our champion. Before we get too far into it, I need to remind the folks at home who may be joining us for the first time what the ESL Mobile Open is all about. Basically, it's an opportunity for you to get involved in mobile gaming, in mobile esports. Take that next step to dip your toe into the competitive waters. If you are in North America, you play these games casually, but you think, you know what? Maybe I'd want to get a team together. Maybe I'd want to give this a shot. This is your chance. It's open to everybody because there are over 200 million mobile gamers in the United States. 200 million! Oh, it's going to be so long. Oh, we get to do that again, Digon. I'm so excited. But we had over 1 million entrants in the ESL Mobile Open so far. That is a staggering number of entrants, people who have competed in our tournaments over the last year and a half. But this season, for PUBG Mobile, 32. That is the number of squads who made it to our playoffs, and 16 teams are here. 16 squads have made it to our grand finals, and only one will walk away, not only with the trophy, not only with the prize money, but the clout and the title of champion. And we all know, boys, the clout goes a long way, especially in the world of PUBG Mobile. But how are they going to do it? How are they going to get there? How are they going to secure that victory? It ain't all about the chicken dinners, of course. Cameron, talk to us about how we are going to do our scoring.
Listen, it's all about the points. But PUBG Mobile is a battle royale, and for all battle royales, it is about survival. The longer you survive, the more points that you get. First place gets 20 points, and it scales down from there. But what's the best way to secure survival is, of course, killing your opponents. So they can go out earlier than you, and each kill is worth 1 point. So survival is certainly the most important, but kills are not too bad either. And it goes all the way down to, even if you're in last place, you do still get 1 point just for coming along for the ride.
You do, and this is a departure from how it used to be set up, where it was heavily invested in your first place, second place, and third place compared to everything else, and we had a much larger scale of a system. Now, as we scale on back, first place still worth a lot, but kills worth a lot more now in terms of probably like 5th through 16. So if you're in that top 4, you're really doing a great job getting your placement points.
Yeah, the ratio has changed pretty dramatically now in terms of how much these points are valued versus that placement. But let's talk about the teams. We've alluded to it a little bit here, the idea that we could have some repeat champions potentially coming on in, or in this case, a particular back-to-back champion in Wildcard Gaming, our Season 4 champions. They've been doing phenomenal, but there's a lot of heavy hitters on this list, Digon.
Yes, this is basically the leaderboard we're asking for when we were in the group stages of the playoffs. Wildcard Gaming here at the top. They were your Season 4 champions looking to repeat. Omen Elite in this roster here. They'll be gathering themselves together for one last tournament before they move on past Omen, the Omen Elite brand, but those guys are definitely fraggers. Cloud9 is one under the moniker of Misfits all the way back in Season 1. That's mostly the the same roster there. And then you got Tempo Storm squeaking on in right there in that 16th place spot, but it doesn't matter. They've got themselves on in there. But then you look around, you've got teams like Venerated that surprised everyone with their performances. Endgame with a lot of experience on that roster. Pittsburgh Knights, who have been in the scene since the jump. They themselves have a lot of firepower. So this is going to be fun as they mix it up with teams like Game for Winners, which used to be known as Extreme Slayers, and they're a unsigned team looking for an opportunity to prove themselves, the Marksmen. So it's really cool how the Mobile Open always has some of the heavy hitters stepping up and firing on all cylinders as we move to play to the finals, compared to some of these teams that we didn't know until the playoffs, until they've proven themselves, and we expect some things out of them too.
I mean, this is sort of the hallmark, the backbone of the ESL Mobile Open. It's the idea that it's these up-and-coming squads. They're unsigned. They're trying to make a name for themselves, and they're going toe-to-toe against some of the most established organizations in North America, teams that have made it all the way up to the PMWL, playing in the World League right now currently. That is the kind of caliber of team that we're talking about. And one of these up-and-coming squads, like I've mentioned before, it's actually a team that has been around for a long time in the ESL Mobile Open. It's Accelerate. This is a team that has been with us for a while. They have grown with us, and now, again, competing in our playoffs, this is a team that has seen so much growth and development. I actually had a chance to sit down and talk with Jag on this squad and learn a little bit more about the team. Let's take a look. I am here with Jag from Accelerate Esports, going into our final day of competition here for the Mobile Open Season 5 Finals. Obviously, those last few games of the qualifiers, they were a nail-biter for everybody involved. How did it feel to realize that you had made it to another finals?
Oh, man, it was a lot of fun because we knew for the last two games that we had to have at least one good, like, top 5, top 6 finish. And so on the last round, to really kind of seal it and know that we were in without seeing the results is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's one of those things, especially in PUBG, where it's like, wait a second, this is PUBG Mobile. It's like, it all comes down to points. It all comes down to placements. One kill can be the difference between a team making it or not making it. And that's part of the reason why it's, of course, so fun to watch. But you guys have been competing all the way back since Season 1, which is crazy to think about. Talk about just your overall experience with the Mobile Open.
Man, it's been pretty crazy to just see how we've grown through the Mobile Open, because that was our first really big event, was the first season of this. Then we've been playing since Season 2, then 3, and then kind of working our way up, because Season 1 we didn't do so well. Same with Season 2, then Season 3 we kind of picked it back up, and then the last 2 seasons to actually make it to the finals. It's been just really awesome to see the growth in the team, because it's been pretty much the same group of people the whole time too. So us growing through the Mobile Open has been just a lot of fun.
Because that's not super common in esports, period, but especially here for PUBG Mobile, roster changes are pretty constant. I mean, that's one of the only constants in the game, as it were. But it's really awesome to hear that you guys have been competing basically as a unit this entire time. And like you said, growing together as a group, because you guys are going up against, I was going to say some of, if not the best competition that North America has to offer, teams that are playing in PMPL, qualifying for the World League, and you guys are going toe to toe with them. How does that feel, knowing that you're up there with some of the top teams in NA?
It was, I was actually thinking about this earlier today, and like to think that we get to compete against people like Cloud9, Wildcard, Tribe, and all these other teams who I've watched play esports for not these people, but like the org itself play in different esports events for years. There's not that many people who can say that they've done that. And for us, it's just a lot of fun, because the reason we do this is we just love competing. And so to be able to say that we've competed against the best of the best is something that we take pride in.
And for good reason. And for good reason, because that's really what the Mobile Open is all about, is giving people opportunities to compete with the best and then maybe end up even becoming the best. But taking a look at the final day, these last few games, what needs to be, in your opinion, your X factor to walk away with a chicken dinner, or maybe the overall win here, the championship for Season 5?
For us, it'll just have to be, we need to be more crisp on our rotations and in our engagements. So usually where we mess up is it takes us an extra 1 or 2 seconds before we push or before we rotate. And then in that case, that gives them a chance to get their player up, or someone gets to the spot in front of us. And so we just need to be a little crisper and more exact on our rotations and pushes. And that'll give us that extra leg that we've kind of been missing.
For sure. Just trying to minimize those potential mistakes as much as possible. Because really, at this level of play, it just comes down to who makes fewer mistakes. Because you all are incredible when it comes to gunplay. You all have such knowledge of the game. It's just those little micro interactions that make the biggest of differences. Well, I have to say, congratulations once again to making it here to the finals for Season 5. Best of luck in your games.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a good one.
Well, you heard it. I'm just such a nice guy, just sitting down, super humble. They're just like, yeah, man, we're just really enjoy playing the game. We're just a bunch of friends doing it and competing. And Cameron, obviously, you're really familiar with like the top level of not only just esports, but PUBG Mobile, all of these different titles. Yeah. What is it like knowing that these are people who have day jobs or doing other stuff, and they are still competing with players who do this full time for a living? Cameron, how impressive is that?
It's intimidating seeing these people walk among us, because I don't know if I would be able to put as much commitment that is needed into being a top level team if I also had to hold down a day job. But at the same time, you kind of expect that from people who do want to be at the top, day job, other responsibilities. Everyone is putting in all the effort as possible. It's great to see, and it makes you root for them more with that little bit of that underdog spirit.
Oh, for sure. And with a player like Jag, who we had interviewed way back in one of the earlier ESL ones, I think it was ESL
Season
1. Yeah, it's Season 2.
New York, yeah.
He was part of Full Effects, and his journey now to accelerate and multiple seasons on in. And you can hear even the way that he's talking about the way that they're growing. It's just a couple of seconds in terms of coordination, and as you have 4, 5, 6, 7 different engagements within one game, that equals about like half a minute of hesitation. And like, that's what they're really working on right here. And it's such a fine detail for him to work on as a guy that's been playing for a while in a competitive space. Like, it's really cool to see their growth and see how they identify their challenges and then how it turns out once we start playing the game.
Oh, for sure. Because I mean, even just the maturity to acknowledge that's where the little mistakes are happening. Because honestly, the biggest or the best way to grow as a player, as a competitor, as a team is to acknowledge where you need to improve. So I think even that's just super impressive. But we talk about this idea that they're playing up against these established teams who've been around forever, who have signed with big orgs. One of those teams, of course, the org situation maybe a little bit amorphous right now, is Omen Elite, of course. I mean, these were sort of the story. They were, #SignCon way back in the day. They were one of the first real successes that we saw here in the Mobile Open of a team that made a name for themselves and advanced and was able to be picked up by a big org and really take off in that regard. And it's great because I actually got a chance to sit down with Zute. We're going to see a little bit of contrast here before we get into this first game as we're getting this lobby set up. I got a chance to sit down and, as I said, chat with Zute, get his thoughts going into it. So let's take a look at that as well. I'm here with Zute from Omen Elite, going into our final games here for the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 finals. Once again, you guys have made it back. I have fond memories all the way back to Season 1. You guys pulling off some miracle runs, and you've done it here again. Though this time around, I think you guys are definitely more of an established force here in the scene. What's it been like going from one of these up-and-coming squads to now being one of the most dominant and established teams in North America?
It's been quite the journey, honestly, and I do want to say I want to give a huge thank you to ESL, because I remember when you mentioned, our come up, we used to be a team called Confound back then, and we got our big showing. Yeah, #SignCon. And we got our footing, we got our exposure all through just playing ESL. And that's when we got picked up. That's when we got noticed. And it's just been, the fan support, being able to participate in ESL after ESL. It's been a great journey, honestly.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that I'm glad you touched on it, the idea of the fan support, because you guys have some crazy fans. Your fans are all about the team. What's it been like? Because I know you guys do other stuff in terms of content creation. You guys are super involved in the community. What has it been like for you guys, not only interacting with the fans, but just really building up that diehard fan base?
It's crazy. Personally, for me, it's like this is probably the first time I got to do something that I love, that I could see I'm also giving back to other people while I'm doing something I love. And it's just that feeling alone is just, like it's amazing. Like I wouldn't trade it for the world. And it's still like, kind of befounds me sometimes, when I see myself, watching games or playing games and I'm having fun and other people are enjoying it too. It's like such a good win-win, situation to be in.
Absolutely, because the PUBG Mobile community has just been, so wholesome overall. There's so many fun, positive interactions that I see across the community. It's been amazing to, continue to foster and support that here in the ESL Mobile Open. But now, looking towards the finals, looking towards the nitty gritty, you guys are up against some pretty fierce competition. There's a lot of the top teams here in North America competing at our finals. So who do you kind of consider to be some of the other teams you're really looking out for?
Some of the other teams, definitely like some of the big top dogs like Wildcard, Tempo Storm, like the usual teams, because
usual suspects.
Yeah, the usual suspects. Because I mean, they don't stop grinding just as hard as everyone else does, so they're always going to be a challenge.
Absolutely, and you've actually had an interesting role and an interesting journey over the course of the last year. You've gone from player to like coach and manager and back to playing again with the squad. Before we round this out, sort of tell us a little bit, like, how has that journey been like for you, playing and competing in all sorts of different aspects of being on a team like this?
It's been just to clarify real quick, I was never officially like a coach position. Okay. I've bounced from being a player to a sub back to the main starting player. We did pick up a coach from like the org picked up a coach who has been helping us out. But to answer your question though, like that in of itself is quite a journey, right? Like just my experience as a player and then, watching from the sidelines and everything. The most I could say is like, as much as I enjoy being a player, sometimes being a spectator and being able to, spectate the competition with my fans, beside me watching pretty much. It's it's just all aspects of esports. It's just honestly, enjoyable for me.
For sure, because obviously there's one thing to be hands-on competing, but there's another thing to be back as a content creator, like you said, with your fans and just being a fan of the spectacle that is this competition and are these games. And I have to say, as a fan, as a spectator myself, I'm excited to see what you guys can do in these final games. So best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Well, you heard it there, folks. All about the fans, all about the community, all about the journey and the growth. I feel like this has really been the hallmark and the staple for not even just this team, because we sort of use them as the poster child in a lot of ways. But at the same time, there have been a lot of other teams that have made that same journey, Degon.
Yeah, and what's so cool about this team is that they're all vets. This is hands down a super team with Nico, with Angry, Juicy, Zute, and Telly. Like, these guys all have a ton of experience, fragging power. They've had iterations of this roster, and I think it's cool to hear what Jag has to say about his growth as a player and how they grow as a team, but also enjoy their time together, compared to what Zoo says, and you touched on it, with his ever-evolving role as a member of the PUBG Mobile community, as a not just any player, but a superstar player that's played in world-level events multiple times. You get to compare it right here and right now in the Mobile Open.
Absolutely, and I am going to give the folks at home an update. We are working on getting the lobby set up, having some slight issues with our observers, but we are getting that put together. We'll hopefully have that underway for you shortly. But if there's a time to have it right now, so we can set up some of these storylines, we can let you know some of the folks you should be keeping your eyes on. Because here's the thing, if you've tuned into the Mobile Open before, if you've watched this, you are a fan of at least a couple of these players or a couple of these teams. And if you're just a fan of esports in general, this is the time to tune in, because we have so many established organizations taking off in this. And I am getting word in my ears. Hang on. We are in the plane. Time to go. As I talk about it, we're just ready. It's like the PUBG gods have heard us. Let's get into this. Degon, we're starting things off on Erangel. Let's get this going.
All right, well, the time for setting the stage is over, and the time for action is starting. Erangel will be the map that we kick things off on, and the plane, very far western side of the map, so anyone that likes to be dropping as Naya, Stalber, Kameshki will have a much longer route in place. Again, mostly all these teams, North American teams, so we've seen a lot of where they drop over the last several months through the I guess Pro League, the America Pro League, Scrims, the Pro League, regular season, and now World League, which is kicked off. So excited to see who's going to be challenging Tempo over at Pachinki, Cloud9 over at Georgie, see where this group of Omen ends up dropping, probably Razak, and where everyone else will be dropping around.
I'm currently paying attention because, as you mentioned, Degon, it's a very, very Western-focused plane. Anything on the East is very, very, not impossible, but just difficult. And so I do wonder if we're going to see anyone, I don't want to necessarily say hot drop, but at least a little bit of a contest. And I'm looking on the map, and we might have not just one, but multiple teams going to Zarki. This is actually looking like a very interesting early game. Accelerate, they have all of Primorse to themselves. I think they recognize that, well, these are the guys that are going to be interviewed. Let's kind of give them their moment to shine, and let's focus on their teams in the early game.
Whoa!
Oh!
Well, you wanted a banger of game one. Here we go. It does look like Venerated got it right there in the right spot, as well as Square One. But other than that, Best Kept Secret's going to have to decide, do we just hold farm or will we cross the bridge early? And we're going to have a lot of rotations. Look how many teams are up in the northwestern area. It's going to be such a battle for vehicles right now for all those teams around Zarki. Wildcard hasn't even landed yet. Are there vehicles? Never mind, I lied.
Yeah. I'm actually really curious if anyone, I'm assuming multiple teams are on Georgia Poll, recognize that it's a very packed house over there. But I wonder how many of them are going to make the early game decision to try and hold rotations and try and punish the amount of teams that are up there with the circle like this. It's a very catch-22 situation because if things go wrong, you end up shooting yourself in the foot. You're also not in the circle, and so you better hope to have at least a couple of kills off of it, which using the bridges around Georgia Poll is certainly possible. But I wouldn't be surprised to also see every single team just want to get into the circle early because this is the first game. You don't want to start it off on a bad foot.
Yeah, I think the biggest loser out of all these is Exclusive. They tried to go for the far drop over to Zarki, and they got bullied out. Now they're forced to head on over to North Georgia Poll, and so they're going to get a late group as we have our Observer, ESL Mobile 20. It got knocked out, so that now we'll have a lot of different angles here to see. Bit of an update to the client itself. Before, we were able to get as many observers as we wanted. Not the case anymore, so thank you for bearing with us as our admin team over here in ESL North America. The best that I've worked with at problem solving on the fly, and hopefully that'll provide all the angles of all the action that we'll be looking at as we try to crown ourselves the Season 5 champion of the Mobile Open. Yeah, there's Exclusive. I was talking about them earlier. They tried to go for Zarki. They did find a space here in North Georgia Poll. Lazarus, we have formerly known as Simplicity. We've talked about them a lot throughout the last couple months as a passive team, methodical team, and then when it's time to make a play, you wait for Minwoo and Russell to make the big plays there for them. It doesn't look like they have bullied off Exclusive, and Exclusive will be able to fully loot on up before they make the trek all the way around the map down to the military base area.
I definitely want to chime in here and talk about this one because oftentimes the hallmarks of the teams that we've seen consistently do well are the ones who have been able to get into the circle early. The old school days of edge creeping in and making sure nobody came up behind you, those days are long gone. It is all about getting those fast rotations, and we heard even earlier Jack talking about that, the idea that a couple of seconds here or there can be the difference of life and death. And now with so many teams forced to make this big rotation, we'll see who's going to get a little bit of luck, and maybe if we're lucky as observers, we'll get a little bit of action on the way down.
Hopefully. I expect to see like just big full rotations, lots of cars, maybe some shooting while the cars are rotating on through. Alucard's going to get his own vehicle there as Memo drops him off. Tribe, another one of these squads that have participated in every single Mobile Open and still looking for their first Mobile Open win. Because remember, as we head into the finals, the scores reset. So even though Wildcard led with a massive lead, anything is possible.
Not if Karma has anything to say. Oh, okay, they're fine. Never mind. Trying to set something up. Well, I knew nothing big was going to happen, but just maybe, sometimes sprays like that, if you're good enough, can land you a lot of early game damage. But Knights here made their way across the bridge. We saw another team also right behind them, but the Knights actually taking this specific compound, this specific choke point early is really good. And it looks like Tempo Storm actually recognized that. But are they stopping here to not go into that trap, or are they actually setting their own trap? Because Survival, he's a bit of hot water.
Yeah, Hype is one of these squads that has just been on the cusp for a little while. I think if they would have materialized a little bit earlier as a team, they could have found themselves in the Pro League. As now Tempo finding themselves a little bit of trouble. Oh, it fell flat. No. Oh, no, the buggy did too. Okay, the buggy came up.
It's fine.
Oh, man. Tempo. Oh, look at this.
It's fine. This is fine.
I guess when you're in the vehicle, the physics are different of the vehicle. So HH had to get in, accept the car wreck, and able to flip it over. That was some meta stuff there by Tempo.
That was
I've never
actually
seen anyone take a Dacia just under the sidebars. That's actually amazing, and that's an ingenious way to avoid the Knights' trap. I think the Knights are watching that, shaking their fists at the sky, because they know they lost out on a good opportunity there to get a couple of points and potentially even a full squad wipe.
Yeah, and given the way that a couple of these guys have been playing throughout the Pro League, which PK was the final qualifier from the Americas for the World League West. It was Raven and J7 that were really fragging out and leading the team in terms of kills. I think Carnage had joined the team after Mobile Open. So Carnage, although a member of Pittsburgh Knights, will not be eligible for this tournament because he wasn't on the roster when the team originally qualified. And so that means G3 will have himself a lot more playing time. And G3 was doing pretty well in this tournament, struggled a bit in the Pro League, so started splitting time with Carnage. But I still expect him and Pittsburgh Knights to have an opportunity here to strike. I am so excited at, again, this field of teams. These are the right teams, in my mind, the right teams that earn the spot. They've been here for a while. And then a couple of teams that dissolved, like a Space Station Gaming, are Season 3 champions that no longer exist. That opens up the opportunity for a team like Exclusive, for a team like Game for Winners to prove themselves against the big name rosters.
This is so strange. We're seeing the domino effect of bridges being basically dead center of this circle. Knights holding out Hype, who are now in turn holding out C9, and it's almost going to be like a choke point leapfrogging. Because like C9, they are actually, you can tell their attention is to the north ever since they recognize that Hype were still holding across the bridge. And I'm just seeing a line, almost like an obstacle course for the teams that are eventually going to have to arrive all the way from the far north. And I wonder if any of them are actually going to find good opportunities, or if we're just going to wait for the second circle to really tell us if we're committing to the military island or not.
Right, yeah, because that line is basically Cloud9, and then Lazarus, and then Hype, and then PK. So that is your Western Bridge side. For now, I think it's teams are like, yeah, you know what? I'm sure teams are set up. Let's find a spot where we can just hang out and see if the circle's going to give us information on where it's going to center up, and if we can gamble, hey, it is mostly north, so we can find some space over somewhere else.
Because right now it's
This is
looking
where
pretty
things-
50-50.
Yeah, this is where things are going to get interesting in a little bit here. We'll see how many teams are going to opt to take the a Michael Phelps approach and just do the long swim. If it does look like it's going to be, I mean, I know he just sprints, but don't hold me to it, guys. I'm going to see if they're going to commit, like you said, Digon, to this military island, because there is, I guess, still technically a chance it could be on the mainland, and that could actually be hilarious because we see the line of scrimmage, this leapfrog, like you mentioned. It could end up playing out in reverse if all of a sudden these teams have to go back across the other way. That could be hilarious.
I think another team, when you say team that would swim, to me that's Tribe. Tribe has been no stranger to deciding, yeah, you know what, we're just going to take our time and swim across, specifically main island to military island. They've done that move so many times over games that we've casted them, and it looks like they already are on the military base side, but if they need to swim back, they're more than happy to swim back from that eastern side.
A waiting game right now for us as well as the players, it feels like, which I'm surprised to say that because of how many teams we saw loot up around Georgia Pool, but I think it's because the circle was not in favor of that area at all. No one wanted to get into a fight because it would have meant that win or lose, they would still have to travel even further to get into the circle. You know what that means, though? That just means that, it also means that it is going to be a full military island send. You can already see Tribe backing off and trying to get as deep as possible. It's full milli at this point.
All right, well, it's going to be a milli base. This is my kind of game. When I'm playing Erangel, I love dropping milli. I love milli circles, mostly because I'm there early. And here we go. Finally, some action. And it's Zute getting in there, trying to dish out some damage towards Memo. But we have a knock across the map. Actually, someone else getting the first knock. And Zoo will continue to rotate around through Novo. And they're going to run into even more Tribe.
And here we go between a rock and a hard place right now. With C9 on one side of the bridge, Lazarus there as well. And then you've got Pittsburgh Knights here. If I'm hype, I'm thinking, maybe this wasn't or maybe it is because PK is just backing up. Also, a Snipe decides he wants to blow himself up in a vehicle. The Marksman, clearly all about guns, not about cars.
Yeah, the Marksman, again, one of those, qualifier teams for me. Lesser known, exciting for them to be here, but can't have mistakes like that from Snipe if you're trying to have an impact, right? It's cool that you get the invitation, but let's try to win it. You're here at the dance, everything's back to equal. We've seen a couple of I remember a couple plays from Kilo, a couple plays from Zeus, but we need them to have a cleaner game, as Snipe will get picked up. He did not die, and they'll rotate on.
Look. His name is Snipe. His name is not Drive. Okay, like the man is very clearly specified what he is good at. All right, so I appreciate that. But it's interesting actually to see. Yeah, exactly. Very specific. All right, I shoot gun. The crew over there. That was actually a long way still to rotate for endgame as well. And now Seagut and the crew over at Tribe, maybe getting into it early with Omen. These are two of the teams who could very well be vying for this spot as Season 5 champions, and they may be going toe-to-toe to start this off. One hill separates them and this conflict unless Omen decides to relocate.
Yeah,
doesn't look like they're
16 teams on Millie, yo. 16 teams on Millie.
And no one dead yet.
Have they all made their way across?
Not yet.
No.
We saw a couple of teams still on Erangel on the main island. And so I'm worried to see what exactly is going to happen, because it is going to get to a point that the Knights are going to find, or anyone else camping the bridges, they're going to be able to find an opportunity, even if it's just for one kill. Yeah, so we're still looking around 3 or 4 teams on the main island. Wildcard, they're probably going to have to swim. C9 might want to try and make their way across. The Knights have backed off, but Hyper an opportunity to camp that. But a lot of teams down towards the south, which is not very surprising, seeing it where exactly the circle is centered up on. They're putting themselves in the best chance of getting the shift.
Yeah, Lazarus, I think Lazarus is in the toughest spot because they're basically reactive. They're at the whim of what Cloud9 decides to do. If Cloud9 decides to go, then they can go. If they have to wait, they wait. And a couple of members of Exclusive just dropping out of the boat there. Not exactly sure what happened or if they're getting shot at. Yeah, it's Venerated. Okay, Venerated taking shots at Exclusive. You can see the boat on fire. And so the 3-man squad of Venerated, unfortunately, didn't quite load in with all 4, but still having an impact in this game so far.
Yeah, now Execute's way out here in the water. They've got a ways to go. The decision of, do we get back in the boats? Do we swim? What does this look like? I feel like we're in Miami Vice right now. Let's just get in the matchstick boat and have a time.
Yeah, this is rough because the 4 members of Execute had to hop out the original boat, and it looks like the last boat that's left out there for him is also smoking, as Venerated had a lot of time. As everyone that has been watching realize, it's been a little slow, so Venerated's like, yeah, sure, let's go ahead and shoot 500 bullets into the boat. Why not? We got all the ammo we need. What a shot, dude. They are so far south. They are so far south.
I got to give props to our observer team, though. This is... I didn't realize we were watching the smash hit Finding Nemo out there. Just keep swimming, boys. Just keep swimming. My goodness. As I said, props to our observer team. The marksmen are going to have to, of course, be another one of these teams that makes that hard rotation. They're still out in the blue. They're full stimmed, but this is the bridge of death. Answer me these questions 3. Ere the other side ye shall see. That's the question right now. Can they get across this bridge? That's an old school reference. We'll see if anybody here is old enough to get it. I highly doubt it.
And they're not the only team that are still in the blue, but I don't mind this decision. At this point, the blue doesn't deal enough damage that it's really disastrous. And I'm looking at the meds across the board, and especially the stims. Most of these players that we've been being able to check their inventory look like they're pretty good to be able to survive at least for a little bit and just wait for things to clear up before they make it the decision. Because what you're really waiting for at this point isn't for the teams across the bridge to leave. You just want them to be distracted by someone else, and the best way to do that is for the next circle, next phase to start.
Man, Zoo is just driving right on through the airstrip part of military base where people could shoot and give you away. There's not a lot of cover in that area. As Wildcard, also one of those late rotators. I agreed with you, Paul. I thought they were going to swim across, but it seems like all the teams making the late rotations are heading to the eastern bridge, and we're going to have an engagement right here. Our reigning champs will run right on into Endgame. Slicky stops a bit early. Not sure if Grimly and the rest of Endgame will catch this one out. They were very patient before they decided to cross. And Kodo getting caught out. I'm not sure he's going to be able to make it on through. There's 3 members of Wildcard shooting at him. He's stuck in the water, and Wildcard might be able to get their first kill here.
Yeah, that could be huge. And actually, our first kill of the game. This has been a very passive opening from these teams. Kodo is trying to make his way across, but he is sort of, no one gets left behind. Well, not in this situation. He's going to have to try and swim for it. I think his hope at this point is that the rest of Wildcard don't want to take enough time in the blue, burn through their meds, burn through their stims to worry about dealing with him. And they just want to make that decision. He just has to try and get back to the team, but it's like he has eyes on this. We'll see if that's the play. We'll see if they're going to commit to at least getting this very first point.
The thing is, Kodo's not committed to swimming across because I think that would be disastrous. He'd probably die before he reaches the other shore, but he at least wants to make the Wildcard think that he's gone so they can just leave him be. That's my guess. I don't know. Maybe Wildcard also spotted him and started shooting at him, but also Juicy taking some shots. Zombie does go down.
Yeah, game for win, changing the name, but not finding success like they would like, as the old guard will be able to land a couple shots there. Grimly in the zone, trying to play gatekeeper to Wildcard. And Wildcard now in a precarious position. They need to find somewhere where they can take the time to heal on up. Does look like all of Wildcard will be safe for now, as they are still outside the zone as we move into zone 3. This one doing a little bit more damage, and the Wildcard boys will have to go all the way around Novo. And this zone is moving pretty quick, as you see Grim just gonna tumble his way on down. The former blinded by wind man finding a home here with the old guard in Endgame. I wouldn't be surprised if Endgame find themselves some success today. It seems like the rosters in the finals that find a way to win are guys that have been around. It is always cool to try and cheer for the rookie squads, the unsigned squads, but it's these old guard teams that are the ones that use their veteran savvy, a couple of defining moments in the finals that lead to victory.
It is indeed. And I mean, if you look back at some of the big names that have been across multiple top rosters, look no further than Endgame. They were one of the favorites coming into this. They've got so many fans, in the chat across the PUBG mobile community. A lot of folks rooting for them right now. So we'll see if they're going to be able to live up to the expectations here. And how they're going to be able to stack up and deliver. And they've finally been able to find themselves a piece of real estate. But Wildcard nipping at their heels this whole game. This game of tit for tat right now. Back and forth guerrilla warfare. Neither one wants to let the other one off the hook too easy. And now Grimley's got a Car 98 in hand. Let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah, the marksman now got to start driving away. Does look like Endgame will get a couple shots off. But this battle with Grimley chasing down Wildcard continues for another zone. As we see the circle shifting way west. This circle, these zones have been awesome. Like, minus the fact that it was very slow at the very first one, how far it's been jerking these teams around. It's going to be fast and furious. I'm ready to cast all the action once it starts going down. And here we go. Couple kills starting to roll on in. Now it's our boy Jag. Interview Jag taking down the marksman Jay. Will he be able to pick up the kills? Oh, they're starting to get stolen away by Cloud9. Pyrus says thank you very much. Bayo says thank you very much. And so Jag does all the hard work. Cloud9 reaps the rewards. 3 members down now for the marksman, as it should be only one left here very soon.
C9, we saw them for a second there and pick up some of those points. Wildcard with the drive-by, but getting driven by, no Enigma. Forced to play a little game of musical chairs, but the car gonna take him down out in the open. And it's actually Hype able to pick that one up. Pittsburgh, nice kind of piece of this too. Omen getting involved. Lazarus, the kill feed went from 0 to 100, but that was not the airfield to cross. That is for planes, not cars. Gentlemen, get it together.
Yeah, this circle is all for the Knights right now at the moment, and everything else surrounding the compound that you saw for a quick moment that Wildcard were driving in the direction of is wide open. That's why Wildcard are now only down to 1 member. Everyone else is just trying to clear the area around them, some more successfully than others. But actually, Knights getting breached. Raven getting knocked is not a good start for them.
Oh, yeah, and then
actually,
an answer
that's
back.
a good tag.
Whoa, Lolo coming right on in, saying thank you very much. And Pittsburgh Knights all the way down to just 2 members. Jagger and J7 are alive. Jagger will be able to retreat back towards G3 and have an opportunity to pick him up. Raven probably going to die here. And behind all that action, Tempo Storm coming on through. In the meantime, looks like Endgame taking some shots over at Omen Elite. And look at those shots from J7 continuing his form from Pro League into World League right there onto Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm with the breach now, and Lazarus knows it's coming. Irish using the luck coming through, raining down on Rain, but we know Daddy Tensa, he likes to cook up them nades. He has an opportunity to bounce it on in. Will he be able to get it on in? No, not quite on the first attempt. Spec throws one on in as well, and it's just raining grenades out here. Look at these health bars, they're all low. Tensa says, screw the nades, I'm going in with the gun. Lolo trying his best to stay alive. Irish is down, and Tensa will have an opportunity to heal on up. J7 now trying to get sneaky here, going on through, and that's Tempo Storm almost out. No, Eggshakes 2-4 still alive. Doesn't need anybody else to watch on through, but from the distance, it's Percasauce coming on through. It's a 5-team fiesta over here outside of the military base. It was a long wait, but Lazarus stay alive, Cloud9 stay alive, and PK, who had so many members down, will be able to breathe as well.
Listen.
Oh my goodness.
J7,
just go.
I was excited for that flank. It ended up being very overextending, very over aggressive, but Tempo coming in when they did actually allowed Raven to crawl all the way across the road and get revived. So despite losing J7, Knights still have 3 up and still have an amazing compound in the circle. They get the shift as well. It's them and Lazarus are going to have a field day picking up kills, hopefully, assuming all the teams in the south side are just going to pick themselves off first.
Yeah,
But
well,
C9. Look at C9's positioning, Degon. They've got the hill. They've got the leverage. You've got a single member of the marksman down south behind him. This is sort of their game right now because they have everybody else pinned and everyone's got to come to them. You can see it in the kill feed. Perk is going off some more. These long-range shots with the DP of all things looking fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think maybe Accelerate had the best opportunity with several members up to rotate around and have a shot at just breaching Cloud9, but best kept secret, I think it was Coops came on in and shot him from behind, and now Accelerate down a couple members. You can see them paying it right back. Death down, multiple members down. Best kept secret knocked out by Accelerate. Accelerate having themselves around so far, 5 kills in their pockets. And you think about the couple of teams that have already been knocked out. Tempo Storm knocked out, Marksman already down, and so you're starting to miss some of these new teams and some of the heavy hitters as well. So the way this scoreboard's going to shape up here in the first round going to be very interesting.
I think a lot of the teams that people expect to do well.
It.
Oh, we did see them try and send it, and now Spring is just chilling out here in the back. Oh, throwing nades his way, but hang on a second. He doesn't have any nades of his own, and he is basically out of meds right now. Spring is in a terrible position. Square One might be able to take advantage of this. Wildcard, of course, our Season 4 champions, one of the returning favorites coming into this, standing on a knife's edge right now.
Oh, Snipe. That's how the marksmen go out. Snipe kills himself.
Oh, no. Second time
also
the charm.
Venerated getting finished off here by Omen Elite. So Zute and the boys getting themselves an opportunity. A Spring, he's just looking for any points that he can right now. This was not the round that Wildcard wanted. We followed along with them, just rotating around the map forever. They know that this was just unlucky. And they're going to be able to bounce back.
I want to see how that plays out. I want to see how that plays out.
Oh, he
there we go. Spring's able to get one, but they immediately find him, and Bobo's going to capitalize on it. And Spring's neck sticking out just a little bit too far out as Wildcard go out in 9th place.
Listen, you gotta a round of applause for the attempt. He was in a really rough spot, and if he was able to get at least 1 kill off of that, it would have been worthwhile. Unfortunately, I like the flank around the vehicle to find an off angle on the prone, because they knew that he was there. I'm pretty sure. Even before he took the shots, they knew that he was close. But over here, Accelerate just been throwing nades constantly in this corner, and finally, it's gonna work out, and it's gonna be, I believe, Omen Elite out.
Yeah,
the
big
money
nade coming through. Yeah. Against Omen Elite as well. So Accelerate, what a round for them. We saw earlier Hype. They've got themselves, I think, 8 or 9 kills right now. So Hype and Accelerate doing great. Square One, 5 kills on the board as well, even though they're in that very, very tough spot against the fence. And this seems to be Cloud9's game to win. Oh, and here we go. Pittsburgh Knights starting to push the lone member of Lazarus. It's Irish in the smoke. Doesn't want to share with anyone. And here comes the boys of PK. They know someone else has got to be here. Here comes Hype getting shot at from the distance. Great couple of shots there by G3 back in the roster. Still doing a solid job. PK playing slow. Only 3 kills so far. Venerated getting some shots down onto the last couple of members of Hype. You can see him hiding in the smoke. They don't have a lot of space here, and it's only the smoke blocking the vision.
Irish, actually, I love what he did. He saw that the push from Knights coming, so he just bailed outside, trying to prone in the grass behind a couple of vehicles, and of course the third-person camera could give him an advantage if the Knights don't properly check his angle, and that might happen because the distraction from Hype and C9, but here comes the push!
Yeah, the push coming on through. Irish gets some decent damage down, but not able to find a kill. Probably would have gotten a kill if you split the damage that he did to both Jagger and Raven. And now Leon trying his best to capitalize on it. Throws it at the front of the door. not the back of the door. Needs to throw it on the back. Yep, that's the angle. Looking good, feeling good. Did he cook it long enough? Nope. Needs to call Daddy Tensa to figure out some cooking tips here. Throws one in the window. Does hit G3, but not enough to dish out enough damage. And again, 4 teams left alive. Cloud9 centered up, but they lost a couple of members as they got surrounded, as it's just uneven in Percasas. So it was their game to win. Maybe not so much right now, because Venerated now, the 3-member squad have the high ground, are not in the zone, but can shoot down once the smoke clears on out. But the zone will be moving in 5 seconds. Paul, this is getting very, very hectic.
Yes, it is. Venerated up at the top of the hill. They have the high ground, Anakin. Let's see if it pays off for them here. They do have the potential angle onto Hype, but they will have to rotate, like you mentioned, Degon, but between a rock and a hard place. We saw it earlier with the bridges, but Cloud9 might be the one on the receiving end of it here. PK have the house, but it is not in the next circle. Everyone but Cloud9 will have to move, but they need to have their heads on a swivel because they have a target on their back. They are dead center, and everyone is gunning for them just by virtue of them being right there in the middle. Bullseye, though. It is Leon once again. The headshot as well. Simple goes down. That is Hype. All these teams actually looking to start to pick up some kills. PK is going to look to go on in. The C9 is battered, bruised, Perk only has a little bit of HP left. The vehicle takes him down. Oh my goodness. Pittsburgh Knights going off, barely able to scrape their way here into the finals, but doing work now that they have done so. But the nades are huge. But there we go. Hype on the side. No, Jagger cannot hit the shots. Spraying and praying, but it ain't enough. And now this is a 3v1 situation. What can Hype do, Degon?
Yeah, Hype, this is their chance. They are very low. They don't have a lot of meds. You could see Rad trying to get something going here. G3 did get picked up, so Raven is safe, trying to dish out the bandages and buy time for G3 to heal. And Jagger making the long crawl, almost there, but one grenade finishes them all off. What a massive nade as Hype get themselves a victory. We're going to hold here for a little bit so we can take a look at the scores, but what a topsy-turvy game. It was one of the slowest starts I've ever seen. I think it was 20 minutes before we saw the first knock between anybody. And then a lot of these heavy-hitting teams that were in position got 0 points. Wildcard did not have the game that they wanted. Omen Elite, they traveled around the world. I don't know how many kills that they got because Hype got so many of them, as well as finishing this one off with a chicken dinner. What a crazy, crazy start to our Mobile Open finals.
Look, it's been a few weeks since we've had some games. You know, I had some of that pent up energy to get back into this. It was the slow burn, and then everyone's just like in unison. Okay, we flipped the table. Here we go. And that's exactly what happened there. Oh my goodness, Cameron. Sometimes battle royales have those kind of games where everybody's thinking about survival and everybody's thinking about survival and they're playing it slow and they're playing it steady, but then all hell breaks loose. If you're one of those teams, like say you're Cloud9 at the end there and you put yourself in that position where yes, you've got the circle, but you don't necessarily have the vantage point. How do you try and identify one team that you want to try and take out? Do you try and split fire? How do you really look at that from like a pure like analytical standpoint?
So Cloud9, I think what happened to them was that they were so focused on keeping their high ground advantage that they allowed the flank coming up from, I believe, Venerated from above them. Yeah, and that was the real issue for them because they had that nice plateau that they could look down onto the Knights, Lazarus, and Hype, and I think they're doing some pretty heavy damage there, but you always need to make sure that you have a safe angle that you're not going to get backfilled upon, and Venerated did a really good job of recognizing we don't have a strong position in this circle. We are forced, not only do we want to pick up points through kills, we also kind of have to kill people in front of us to get into the circle. And so you see a lot of teams in this game who weren't in the center pick up not a lot of placement points, but able to make up at least a little bit through good kill point numbers.
Absolutely. And our Xperia highlights are ready. And that game, I don't think we're going to have a ton of highlights from the start of it, but the ending was a highlight reel to say the least. Let's take a look back. Cameron, please, Degon as well, walk us through the end of that game with those Xperia highlights because it was pretty wild.
I mean, this was a great start at first. Like I'm telling you, I was shocked. This was really intelligent by Tempo to avoid that bridge camp this way, but then things are starting to fall apart. You mentioned it, Paul, that this is not a place for cars to be. It is not a very comfortable spot by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, and again, just the fact that these teams all had to traverse all the way across, and think PK got pushed in that house by Lazarus, in that house by Tempo Storm, Cloud9 raining upon him, and they still were able to eke out a top placement there compared to Tempo, who, cooked the nades. They tried their best to get something going, and I think they ended up this whole game out in, 14th or 15th with 1 kill. Like, very, very different results here for these two teams, and it was very close. Look how close it was for Shakes until he got shot from behind and Cloud9, and again, we got to see Spring. That's not the start that you want. Square One getting a decent showing as well, clearing out that squad. They were holding the airstrip for a little while. They got themselves some kills, a handful of placement points. This is going to be a topsy-turvy scoreboard that we're not used to. We're so used to seeing 1 or 2 or 3 of these top teams just kind of dominating the lobby, and then you expect 1 or 2 that didn't get a good first game to bounce back. I don't know if that's going to be the case here, because you had a lot of these lesser known teams and middle of the road teams capitalizing off of this crazy circle.
Capitalizing on the chaos. Absolutely. I think that was sort of the hallmark of the end of that game. Thank you so much, guys, for taking us through that with our Xperia highlights. And well, I'm saying thanks, I have to give a huge shout out to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, I'm talking about AT&T. If you're just joining us, AT&T has been with us since the very beginning, helping to support the grassroots of mobile esports. We started the Mobile Open back in 2019. Now, after 5 seasons, we have seen so many of these teams, so many of these players evolve and grow, and all of that has been made possible because of the support of AT&T. So thank you so much to them for being our presenting partner. And of course, if you're watching this and you play PUBG Mobile and you think, wait a second, I'm in NA, I see what's going on in these games. I think I could shoot with these. I think I could hang with these guys. I want to see it. I challenge you. Sign-ups are open right now for Season 6. ! Sign up in the chat. We'll get you all the links you need. And maybe you don't even necessarily play PUBG Mobile. We have a ton of different games in the program that I definitely recommend you go check out, because there's some awesome opportunities to make some money, play with some friends, compete, have a great time. And of course, make sure you're following us over on social media to stay up to date with all the things that we are doing there. If you want to stay up to date on the news, all the fun clips and content that we're making as well behind the scenes, ! Social in the chat is the place to do that. You get all the info. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, game number 2. If it's anything like game number 1, we're in for one heck of a day. Don't go anywhere.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 Finals. I'm your host, Paul, and Verum Todd Kill. Game number 1 is in the books for PUBG Mobile, and oh my goodness, a little bit of a slow burn, but boy, did it take off. It was a powder keg at the end, and that final explosion, well, that was the nade heard all the way across Military Island. My goodness, did hype go off. But before we get too hyped, I gotta reel it back a little bit here, because I have to remind everyone about something that I've been talking about for a while. If you tuned into the broadcast before, you've heard me talk about AnyKey. Of course, AnyKey is this amazing organization promoting diversity and inclusion in gaming and esports, particularly with their Good Luck Have Fun pledge. The GLHF pledge, you've heard me talk about it before. It's basically a little code of conduct that says I'm going to be a better online digital citizen. When I go into a space, when I game, I'm going to try and be positive, really just not be toxic, try and be nice to the people that I play games with. In fact, it's kind of caught on a little bit. Over 657,000 people have taken the pledge so far. Our goal is to hit 1 million by the end of 2020. If you want to sign up, !GLHF in the chat, AnyKey.org to find out more info about it. And I also got a chance to sit down, chat with some folks in the gaming esports community and get their thoughts on it. Let's take a look.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Well, you heard it there. If you're not going to take it from me, take it from some other fine folks in the esports community. Like I said, !GLHF in the chat to learn a little bit more. You get that exclusive Twitch badge you see some of us having in the chat. But let's get back to the gameplay. Let's get back to the action. Degon, welcome back, sir. That first game was certainly exciting when it got exciting, but boy, those openings, man, my heart just gets pounded because it's like a shark in the water. It's like the Jaws theme is going because you know it's about to just go off.
Yeah, I felt like we had 3 or 4 different false starts where we're like, this is it. This is where it's going to start off. Nope, not yet. Just more iron sight chasing the rest of Wildcard away. All right, Zute's driving across the strip. It's going to be it. Nope. No one's camping the airstrip yet. It's fine. You know, Hype doesn't want to shoot at them. And then finally, someone decides to shoot at Wildcard. I think it was Hype and Best Kept Secret. They were both kind of under those planes. And then we had the big crash on the compound right outside of the military base where you had Lazarus, you had Tempo Storm, you had PK, and then Cloud9 hopped on it. Accelerate was getting into the fun. So that's the one that really set things off. And everyone's like, yeah, I guess it's time to fight now. This seems good.
Absolutely. Of course, Cameron Davis is here as well to help us break down these plays. That one was particularly interesting. I like that you mentioned it. Deegan at the time was about a 5-party, but it all started off Pittsburgh Knights, Lazarus. They were fighting over a building. The smokes were thrown, and then Tempo got involved, and a couple other teams got involved. Cameron, that I think we like third parties are common in battle royales, in PUBG Mobile in particular, but I think the only reason we sort of saw it got that extreme was simply because of how slow the start was because the fact that not a single team had gotten knocked out, because that's not normal by any means.
Yeah, in that particular area of military circle, those buildings are highly contested for a good reason, because everything else around them is very weak by comparison. But also, when you add into the fact that everyone was being very polite with each other in the early game, and meant that teams, I don't know exactly where Tempo Storm in particular came from, but as far as we know, they had 0 options but to just send it in the middle of that fight and try and use the chaos that was already erupting there to give them a little bit of an advantage. And I actually thought that they had a good start to that engagement. It's just the grenades and then Cloud9 as well on the high ground, whether Tempo Storm were able to account for them or not, sort of swept the rug out from under them.
Yeah, listening to too much Bruno Mars taking that grenade wasn't exactly the play in that situation. But anyway, let's take just stop.
Not a Bruno fan? Not a Bruno fan, Degon?
It's been stuck in my head for the last 2 days on a completely unrelated note, and I just felt obligated to put it in. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. Thank you, producer, bailing me out of that one. Exactly, except it was Tensa, and I don't think he meant to. Hype, 33 points. Oh my goodness. The chicken dinner and 11 kills, but PK as well. 21.
Wait.
But I think where is
it's three. It's that third place tie right here with Accelerate, Cloud9, and Venerated. To me, that's super impressive, as Accelerate went out relatively early, and then Venerated to be able to climb the mountain and get around Cloud9 in an unfavorable position. They're all kind of clunked in there in that third place spot. And then our final team at double digits, Square One, another team we didn't talk too much about, as they were the ones that kept out our reigning champions and wild card down to 4 points. Like, it's such a steep drop off between the Lazarus and then Best Kept Secret, Wildcard Gaming, Execute, the 4 point gap there. They're doubled the points there. It's pretty interesting to see how much it kind of stacked up on this top side.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, and a lot of teams I think still need to really show up here. We have an entire side of our leaderboard with less than 5 points. Teams that just got absolutely shut down, and ones that I don't think Endgame, Tribe, Tempo, Wildcard. What? Wildcard, the first place team after the opening weekend of the PMWL. 4 points in that very first game. Not the start they wanted. Cameron, there is a lot of ground to be made up here, and Hype has set the pace.
Yeah, I don't want to read into this single game too much. Not only is it the first game of a best of 5 series, but also the fact that it was a military island finish. They are not the usual games. The slow start, yes, it was slower than what we all expected, but it was there because the teams not only have they not really had a chance to warm up in this series so far, it's also such a weird circle to just enter this competition with. So I don't want to read too much into it. And I will say, if there's a team that can come back from this gap between them and first place, it is going to be a team like Wildcard, because we know how good they have been in just the past couple of months only. But yeah, seeing a 33-point leader off of one game is not very fun.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of said it right there. The fact that 29 points is kind of already the spread between the second page and the first place spot. So interesting there. Though one thing to note, Venerated did join that first lobby with only 3 players, and that's what you can do. You can't keep, unfortunately, playing down a man, down a squad. So despite the fact they're able to creepy crawl their way in decently there, they are not, unfortunately, going to be able to continue going on through. So keep that in mind. We are going to have one less team going forward. So an even slower start. Yay.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a shame, because Venerated, I think, was one of those teams where they had a roster that finally got it together. It was a roster full of guys that we'd seen before in different teams, and it seemed like finally they got it right in the playoffs. They were a upper half qualifier, and then even here with 3 members, you could see how they strategically took fights when they needed to. They were able to land their shots and got themselves high enough placement. I'm sad that they weren't able to get their 4th or their sub able and online for the finals of this tournament, and they will be missed, but it's an opportunity for some of these other teams with slow starts to bounce back and get back into this game.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to do it here. Like you said, unfortunate times, but the show must go on. The plane is buzzing. The players are ready to drop. Game number 2 here on Miramar is about to get underway. Degon, Cameron, let's get into it.
All right, Miramar underway here in game number 2. We will be going back to Miramar, and that's how we're going to close it out. It's Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, back to Erangel, and then Miramar. So this is our first one. Will be a relatively, probably the kindest plane path you'll ever get. Everything is in play.
Yeah, if you really wanted to, pinch at hairs, you could say move it just a little bit up to the northwest, because there's that whole water on the southeast of the map square that is irrelevant. But yeah, this is especially compared to last game. This is, I think, like a very, let's just say it. This is the beginning of the event. This is the start. It's a kind opening. Everyone can get their foot out from under them. Hopefully they can forget about all the chaos that happened at the end game of the previous match.
Yeah, following along with Tensa, Tempo Storm. We've seen them have slow starts and going out early before. Didn't expect that from them, because they have been on such a hot streak lately in many of the other tournaments. And whoa, the marksman hopping right on in there. Snipe picking up an early knock there onto Fantasy. So Game for Wieners doing a bad job trying to wean when they're losing a member early on. So G4 Dub's going to have to try to find another way to get a dub.
Definitely a good start for G4. And with this many, 2 full teams landing in San Martin, you definitely want to take control of your area early. And actually, I like the idea of grouping up with your teammates as well, even though you do get an opening knock. Oh, wait. Oop. Karma.
We lost
Trying to spot
already?
someone else. I don't know if he's able to see Snipe.
Yeah, I think he has an idea, right? It feels like they know the other team's there because they did lose one just a second ago. Circle going to center up on the eastern side of the map, but mostly centralized. Couple of teams on the outside. Tribe, PK, and Endgame. Endgame that had that horrid 1 point start or 2 point start, whatever they had. They're going to have to rotate their way on in, probably through the south. Cloud9, Omen Elite, close together. They'll have to find which path works for them, as well as exclusive and best kept secret. Best kept secret should have a clear path through Cruz de Valle. Everyone else inside, seemingly safe and shouldn't have too much of an issue holding down where they're already at.
Endgame, as you mentioned, their path into the circle shouldn't be too bad. Just take the southern road all the way counterclockwise and come up the eastern side around Impala is what I would call. But the teams here in San Martin, luckily they're not far from the center of the circle because they are still popping off. And Marksman, I like that they have a full surround of game for winners. If I'm not surprised, like they're going to be looking to full on execute this and not just get a couple of kills. They want all the kills.
Yeah, and I like this because you've identified, hey, this isn't one of those high firepower teams where we're worried about getting outplayed. This is a team where both teams are looking at each other being like, hey, we could get points from this other team. If we want to make a move, if we want to try to make a splash here, let's kick things off by taking out a whole team and getting all 4 points for ourselves. Those are the conversations that teams constantly have. They're like, hey, who normally drops in this spot? All right. Is this a team we want to take on early? Are we looted enough beyond this gunfight? If yes, okay. If kind of, well, then we can take it, see if we can steal their stuff from what they looted, and then move out. If no, then most teams will play slowly. But I think in the finals, 1 game down, only 4 games left, you start taking those chances.
Trying to make a splash in the desert, Digon, I have to agree. Especially here, because like you said, you know, when we went into this with the playoffs, 8 games. That was the total number of games these teams were able to play, but we only have 5 now. You only have so many opportunities to showcase your skill. And again, thousands and thousands of dollars of prize money are on the line, as well as, of course, the title of champion here for Season 5 that everybody wants to walk away with. Because again, if you're a fan of NA PUBG Mobile here, the ESL Mobile Open, that's one of those ones that you're definitely going to want to have under your belt. Who are a top competitive team. We're jumping back on board with Pittsburgh Knights, who are and Wildcard as well. A couple of teams that we have to talk about. Teams who have made their way up, even to all the way up to the Pro League and the World League. This is a team. I think if you're you're hedging your bets going into this, Wildcard would have been a safe bet. They have a tall mountain to climb, Cameron.
Yeah, but as I said, I was in my head. You didn't call for predictions at the very top of the show, but I am going to be real. I would have picked Wildcard as my pick just because they've been so good, and so I'm doubling down. I do think that this is definitely a team that can climb over that point gap even after this early game. And Spring is picking up a lot of loot here. They have a pretty clear rotation path, and so I'm not too worried about their early game. And this area of Miramar is so much easier to traverse and manage than Military Island. Let's just state that there because it's an objective fact.
Yeah. So I expect Wildcard to be able to get their bearings before they get into a gunfight because, as you said, they were on the move, never could very comfortably settle into a spot like a lot of those other teams did. And I think that's one of the cool things about this tournament here. The advantage of being settled in was more important than like, hey, we're a great shot. Like Tempo Storm went out because they couldn't find a spot to camp in, but Best Kept Secret had a pretty solid first game. Square One had a pretty solid first game because they knew where they wanted to go and they stuck to their game plan here. As memo, hitting the reverse there pretty hard. He was like, yeah, I see someone there. We're not gonna take this early fight here.
Spot, definitely, to not commit on that. And I saw a little bit of damage on one of his teammates, so I don't know if that's what really clued him in also. But it's important in any game, early game or mid game, on any map, to be able to scout properly. And Miramar is actually one of the easiest maps, I think, to scout in, assuming that the enemy team that are all, bunkered down inside a building are actually giving you the vision of themselves. But nonetheless, it's still an important. You got to be on the game. I don't care how slow the early game is. You need to cross all your T's, dot all your I's.
Lazarus, formerly the Simplicity guys, Lolo, Russell, Minwoo, and Irish. Doc, the substitute on this roster, gets some play as well. A lot of the time, my focus is on Russell. Russell making a lot of those hero 1v9 plays, trying to, I guess what, 1v lobby, 1v59 plays, as he normally does. Sometimes he brings that upon himself, and you're like, Russell, what are you doing? But then sometimes he makes these miraculous plays, and it was like, Russell, what was that? That was amazing. So Lazarus, a fun team to watch. Once they get themselves in position to make plays, they are a little bit slower in doing so than some of the other teams.
This hasn't changed?
This hasn't
moved at all? I mean, Jace, does he spot Zombie? It's hard to tell exactly where Zombie is because of the X-ray for us, but he's just here while the rest of his team are taking this 3v2, and I actually like this by Marksman, basically having a babysitter, and the rest go in to clear out all the enemies. They're just pushing. They're just pushing up the floors. Game for Winner stuck on the roof. They can't jump off.
This is going to be a 3v2, and Jay's not going to be able to help. Here we go. Getting close to the roof entrance, maybe? Or are they just running in circles? Are we getting trolled? Yeah, we're getting trolled. There it is. Zeus is looking at the entrance now, I believe.
This is actually not a bad angle that they have, though. They do. You got close range. You got the shotty. You got double shotguns on your back. No AR. And the hands. Oh, my goodness. W. Morrow. This is going to be interesting. But Karma's got this spot on the roof. I mean, they may just try and force this, like strength in numbers. First guy's going to be the meat shield, take the shots. And then a sniping crew can come in behind. Here we go. And they're going to lay it down with the smoke. So what this is going to do... Oh, there it is. So this is going to give them the ability to push out left or right out of this. It's going to really limit the amount of shots they're going to take coming back. This is actually a super heads-up play here from the marksman if they want to push their luck. I'm not sure if they do.
They're not.
Cameron, do you take this with the 1897 or you take this with the 686?
Oh, you got to go with the double. You got to go with the double barrel. Come on.
Oh, Morrow, he was the lone guy out there, able to capitalize onto Jay. But here we go, Kilo moving on in, and yep, Morrow tried to use the double, gets himself knocked out,
Karma.
jumps off the roof. Karma as well, trying to get himself out to safety.
Nice.
And this was clinical here by the marksman.
That was a solid take to use the smoke grenade. Oh man. Go ahead, Cameron. That was solid.
No, I think Jay was actually the one to get the first initial damage, because there was damage on, I believe that was Zeus standing on top of, like, the real tippy top of the building before Marksman pushed all in. Zombie, fortunately, was able to trade and at least knock Jay down, but can't complete that kill and force to run away. But right now, Tribe lying in wait.
Oh, no,
missed opportunity.
Yeah, so he got able to get himself back. He did buy time for Memo to pick up a knock onto Maniac, and Tribe, they are a team in need of points. And whoa, Jag sat on the nade and survived to tell the tale. Suzuki is down. Jag trying to get himself out. Seagut's still alive, but Tribe, they needed the points. They'll get themselves one, maybe two here. And Jag is clearly one hit. And he gets shot from distance. All four members of Accelerate after a fantastic round one get taken out. They're your first team out of Miramar.
Oh my goodness. My goodness.
And now we're not even done, though, because PK versus Knights. Knights are also trying to run away. Rad trying to get as much damage as he can. It wasn't able to connect too many shots. The smoke's already coming out to allow Raven, I think, get the pickup on J7. But out in open field, revives like this are never comfortable. And is that Leon trying to find an off angle? Oh, okay, there's a little bit of a tip that he's hiding behind. I think think they should be good for now, but still the retreat off of this isn't going to be super, super comfortable. And Leon, he's trying to make sure that he finds all information that he can without overextending.
Oh, well, they're doing a good job. They've scouted out PK, Pittsburgh Knights. Again, one of the teams, one of your PUBG Mobile World League West representatives, with a great Game 1 start, trying to avoid lobby leaders and Hype right now, who are living up to it. As they've been on the cusp. Hype is just one of those teams on the cusp to get themselves in that tier 2 list of top PUBG Mobile teams in North America. And if they could get themselves another solid game here in Miramar, they don't have to win, but get themselves in double digits, Hype might be in position here to put themselves in the same circles as the big boys. The looting. Oh no, Lolo driving skills are so important. He drives right into the rock after Operation Get the Crate, and Slicky says, nuh-uh, not on my watch. And Slicky and the rest of Wildcard will wait patiently as Lolo, there's no saving, Operation Saving Lolo here. Lolo's about to go night-night.
Yeah, there's no revival happening for him. At least he's making it hard for the crate loot to get picked up, because anyone who comes up on this late is going to be like, where is that? Where is all that stuff? Is that a box over there? Or do I go there? Out in the open, no cover behind a box like there is on a big old airdrop loot crate. But still, it's a good start for Wildcard, and they're in a great spot in this circle. It needs to be said.
Sorry. I was pretending
Can we have your
what I would be
ASMR
like if I was Lolo.
one of these games?
Yeah. I'm dead. That was Lolo's comms.
Wow, thank you so much. Our sideline reporter, Daniel Degon Gonzalez, getting the scoop for us. Thank you so much. That was the most full. I could have swore I was there. Oh my.
In all seriousness though, I don't like that play from Lolo. You're right next to a major compound. He just got baited and outsmarted.
It doesn't count as baited if you bait yourself. It's not like someone else was dangling a stick over there, unless you count the airdrop as the carrot. I meant the carrot, not the stick. I'm sorry. You tell how
I think it was good by it was good by Wildcard to play patiently there, right? They knew that someone was going to rotate on over at some point. As a little bit more action. Tribe, they're continuing their march here. They pick up one onto a member of Execute.
Ooh, spray. Not really fun to knock, but it's still really good damage. And Alucard, he's trying to find something with. Is this it? Is this the AWM in his hands?
The big gun.
Not Execute. Exclusive as Fate now forced to rotate away. Does have himself the big gun.
Other way around, Degon. Execute.
Oh, is
not
it?
Exclusive. Yeah.
Oh man, I was right.
You
Sorry,
were right.
Lise.
You should trust your gut. It's like the missionaries. I'm never gonna let you live that down. Mercenaries.
Yes, the deadly mercenaries. Yes. Or whatever they were.
Or whatever they were.
Hype,
Oh my goodness.
So many teams that sign up
They're
here.
not stopping.
Yes. Yo, yeah, PK. I feel like PK. So to be fair, Degon and I were like a little hard on them during the playoffs because we had huge expectations for this team because we know they have so much potential, and we honestly felt like they were kind of under delivering for the first couple weeks. But day number three of the playoffs, Pittsburgh Knights put up one incredible showing, and I feel like that momentum plus the experience they've been able to have on the world stage has really helped them out because they are looking like a different team this time around and this day of the competition, and I have to say I'm here for it. I like it.
Yeah,
but if Hype have anything to say about it,
the thing with Pittsburgh Knights has always been consistency, right? They have a pop-off day or a pop-off couple games, but I want to see a team be consistent. One of the reasons why I always tout Cloud9 as one of those squads is because it feels like when it matters most, they're always getting 8, 9, or some odd double-digit points when they're not getting a chicken dinner, and then we'll have the propensity to pop off and get 2 chicken dinners in the day out of 5 or 6 games. So that's what I'm looking for out of a team like Pittsburgh Knights, who have the experience in Jagger, who was I think, one of the final remaining original members of this roster, and now J7 and Raven coming into their own here. Like, this is a team primed to do that, to consistently be at the top, along with Tempo and Cloud9, and normally Omen Elite, who I will now affectionately refer to them as team looking for home, or team homeless. One of those two. That is now how I will call them, or team confound. They have multiple nicknames now, as they're going through a transition period. But Pittsburgh Knights, they just need to find that consistency here.
Cloud9 looked like they were looking for an opening, but yeah, what I was referencing though is the Knights and Hype constantly just at each other's throats this entire early game. They both had a little bit of a scrap, then they both moved to the exact same part of the circle when it shifted away from them, and it's going to shift away from both of them yet again. And actually, Wildcard, they lose their strong compound. It's going to go, it's going to favor Tempo heavily, and there's a lot of buildings in the center of this circle. It's Minas Generalis, dead center. I would not be surprised if we saw maybe even 5, maybe even 6 squads at least have one member inside. It's almost a little mini city of its own.
Yeah, I'm getting worried here for Execute. They're running out of spots to go to in terms of compounds. There's space, but not compounds. But Lazarus already inside, Square One already inside, Tribe rotating in, and look at PK and Hype making the same rotation to the southeastern side. This is where things could get dangerous, and best kept secret, I like it. Coop's already out in front. They've scouted out. Yep, wildcards in that one. We're not going there. So I'm expecting here a little bit more resistance in circle number 3.
Yeah, this is definitely going to get a little bit more exciting as we do see the full send going into wildcard here. Maybe just going to try and keep on going. Oh no, that is one down. Coops, the headshot from Enigma, going to be clearing him out, and Asar and the crew just like, team, we're here. Did you know that we're here? And they actually forced them out of their vehicles too, losing one member. This seems like a complete set of miscommunication here for BKS. Best kept secret, I think, should have left this one in the dark. They should have just kept on going. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, I bet it's because Enigma's wearing his camo shirt as well. He's a slick one indeed. They blend right on in with the compound, and BKS not able to find it. Here we go. Hype making their move right now to Square One. Square One had a fantastic round 1, but not as good as Hype. Leon able to get the first kill. Headshot coming on through. Chaos reigning supreme. He's able to get the second one. And there it is. Leon does answer back. The rest of Hype need to get in here, get the revive on up. Survival now trying to clear things out with the Uzi. Switches to the M4. Will not decide to push on up quite yet. Waiting for the rest of the team to come on in. Yep. But things looking dire here for Square 4. Spooky caught with a molly in his hands. He's burning to his own death. And it's a clean sweep so far here for the push of Hype. They will get slowed down just a little bit. Square One get a couple revives up, so it's a 1-for-1 so far. This nade could be huge by Survival if he gets it into the right spot. The molly coming on through just a little bit wide, and now Hype will slow things down. They lost Leon, who made that first initial 1v3 attempt of a play, and Leo tries to go on in, and Survival, he's on fire. He's going to use the first aid in time. He'll be okay, but good molly trade back. Nade coming on through. That was a little scary. Survival will heal on through the nade damage as well, but Square One, not a pushover quite yet, Paul.
Oh no, it is not. This fight is just getting started. Is it getting hot in here, or is it just all these mollies? That was a really solid hold, though, from Hype. It was like a 2v4 situation. The rest of the team was able to go on in. Not only were they able to trade one back, they were also able to sort of stabilize a little bit here because they forced back Square One to the single building at the back of the compound, which means the team that may be able to find a flank there could have something going for them. The fight still breaking out here, as you can see in the kill feed, as well as this compound with Wildcard. But let's get back to the action with Square One. There's been a bit of a reset. Both of these teams, both of these players have been able to get healed up, get guns back in hand, and now Digon, let's see what they can do.
Yeah, wow. That I really thought how confidently Leon was playing that fight. It was just going to be a wipe. Square One was just going to get ran over, but good patience, good fight that back there by Square One to get things back under control into an equal 3v3 as now we follow along with Execute. Nice nade coming on through, and Everfury getting very skinny. Nade moving on through. Elise will get chunked out. That was more than 100 damage. There it is, Grimly. Catch this with your face as the ends up getting knocked. Everfury able to get the revive. They're in the middle room. A nice push there by Echo. And multiple members of Endgame are down. And again, some of these teams, lesser known, pushing out the vets as Ironsight, the old man, last one left alive, forced to run away by foot, and Execute are trying to chase him down, and they do. Execute with the clearing of Ironsight and the rest of Endgame.
Not a moment too late either, because they need to move into the circle that shifts all the way off of them, but... well, Square One, a little distracted by Tribe moving past, but they still need to deal with Hype sharing their compound, and neither of these squads are in the circle themselves. So, yes, it might be nice to get a down if you're lucky on a rotating team like that past your building, but please don't lose sight of what you really need to do, which is clear out Hype.
Oh, boy. I think they just wanted to pass the time while they knew the stalemate was going on. Just a quick multitasking.
They can't have a stalemate, not in a circle like this.
That is true. That is true. But you tell that to them. It looked like they are they're multitasking at a level that we just can't comprehend.
Brain's just too big. 5 head, 400 IQ. Yeah, you talked about the idea that at this point, especially when both teams have to rotate, you're just playing a game of chicken, and not the kind that you eat after you've won the game. I mean, no, the time where you're staring each other down across the road, you hear that, ooh, Percasauce taking the headshot. I'm hearing like Good, the Bad, and the Ugly music in the background. It's getting real intense. That's the kind of situation you're in right now. But Tribe Gaming, we've been a little bit quiet on Tribe Gaming, Degon. Obviously, one of the largest mobile esports organizations in North America. They've been a staple in the scene for so long. They're another one of these teams that's really got to step up here in this game because they did not have the best start.
Yeah, because we always say that. We're like, they're the biggest esports mobile gaming team. Meow, meow, meow. C-Gut Memo, Alucard. They got to step up, you know, and they made that move with King A to pick him up. And now Izzy trying to step up here as Hype. Your lobby leader's starting to fall. Survival hasn't died quite yet, but now it's a 2.5 versus 3. Bobo and Ice still waiting to make their move. Rad being very patient, using the third-party mode to see around the vehicle. The zone is coming in as well, which is starting to make things even more difficult for both these squads. It is zone 4, which does start to hurt even more as Leo holds the angle. He's going to be the cover. Does not see Bobo quite yet, but Bobo waiting in the bushes to see if he can catch out the rotating members of Hype if they decide to go the same way. Izzy, take the painkillers, gonna use the first aid, and possibly just leave Bobo here for a one-man rotation, one-man surprise. He does have the vehicle. They decide against it and will take it on foot.
And honestly,
damage though.
Leo's out of meds.
He's out of meds.
Does that mean all of Hype's out of meds? All of Hype are out of meds. They're
just forcing them out.
Oh, no.
Cameron, what is it you talked about stalemates? What is it you talked about stalemates?
Oh,
wow.
Okay, good. Ice here, able to get at least 1 kill. I was going to say, if there's anything, at least Hype lost a couple of members to the zone. That's a couple of points that didn't go in Square One's favor. And Square One is like they're in a much better situation. But Tempo right now having to deal with multiple teams trying to attack their position. I think he just ran from one and ran into a completely other angle from another squad.
Yeah, I think that was Omen Elite that picked up the initial kill. Memo was the one putting the major damage down. You could see Captain Zute shooting from distance as the homeless still roaming around Miramar to find a home, but they are in the middle of the circle. It was a hard shift to the southwest part of the map, and so a lot of these teams in this major junkyard former factory compound are gonna have to move. They're gonna have to rotate, and Zute and the rest of the free agents will have a fantastic opportunity to fire away at him, as you just saw. So Tensa and the rest of Tempo Storm, they're gonna have to run right on through Tribe. While there he is, Russell. It's good old Russell just hanging out by himself. Oh no, Russell. takes a bit of damage, gets a nice jump throw in there to get the extra launch distance, but not quite able to get anything. He's wide open to 224, HH24 right now. HH taking some shots from distance as well. It's execute, and Russell stays alive for a little bit longer as this zone starts to rotate on in.
Listen, I really appreciate the aggressive nature of Russell there, trying to get these little rats outside of the corner. But Lazarus, they obviously don't want to tunnel vision too heavily on that because there's a lot of squads around this immediate area. They actually get into the vehicles because the blue is moving in, and they have to push through. Question is, have they done enough work to make this next rotation worthwhile?
I don't know. Well, square one, they're starting to meet some resistance by Execute. You can see all the way in the distance, J7 is going to try to heal on out. Seagut trying to clear out the rest of Execute. It's just Echo and Seagut going head-to-head. And there goes HH24. He was able to clear out Memo, so Memo is down. HH24 is able to get himself on in. Rain thinking about taking this busted buggy for a ride into the zone. We'll have to check in with him later as HH able to find some from cover in the zone. Oh, never mind. Pyra found him first. And so Cloud9 saying, yeah, I love seeing the big names always fight with each other. And they'll add another chapter into Cloud9 nating Tempo Storm. As now the Storm having a hard time finding any sort of water here in the desert of Miramar. And look at this. Omen Elite just have so much space to work with. They are outside the zone as Cloud9 have a compound, and it looks like Lazarus have a little bit of a ridge to play with as well within the zone. So a lot of the fighting is going to end once the circle starts moving in about 35 seconds there, Paul.
Yeah, and Alucard was able to get those pickups there just inside the blue. He's going to try and scrounge whatever meds he possibly can. But I want to talk about Omen Elite. The second we saw that shift down around Generalis, I was like, wait a second. Omen, they've got this ridge. They were super spread out, but they had the high ground. They had this area that was completely uncontested. They have just had to just wiggle their way in. They haven't had to move very far this entire time. And now, while they do not necessarily have the circle, they still have this high ground for just a little bit longer. And we saw the impact that it had, Cameron, in that last game. Let's see this time around, though, what they can do with it.
Yeah, and this high ground is not a small little itty-bitty peninsula that we saw Cloud9 on the previous game. This is a pretty wide high ground. They can get so many different angles, and if they execute properly, they can find themselves a bunch of kills, and they need it because they have 0 right now. But I think they're just trying to send it onto Marksman. Juicy, trying to get the spray, doesn't knock Zeus, but still some good damage.
Not yet. He will try to land it, aiming way over Zeus, but it's hard to see. Juicy has to run in. The zone does a lot of damage as the Marksman. They got pretty far in here, looking like they're going to go out in 4th place.
Nice.
Well played by this young squad. Will they stay alive for a little bit longer? Yes. And now they are finally out. It is Omen Elite, Lazarus, and Cloud9. Some big names fighting up in this final couple of circles.
But as much as Omen Elite might have the high ground, Lazarus does not have a whole lot to work with. It's Cloud9 that has the compounds. They have the cover, they have the buildings, and more importantly, they have the next circle. Cameron, this is looking pretty darn good for them, keeping all 4 members alive. They've got meds. They've still got, I think, a little bit of utility spread across these players. This is a great spot for them to be in right now. They fought off all comers. They were able to pick up 3 kills along the way, but now the most important spot they've been able to put themselves in to try and get this chicken dinner.
Yeah, for Cloud9, it's just a waiting game for them, which is a bit unfortunate because you'd think that they want more kills than they have. But Omen, they're not going to send it. They're going to send directly towards Lazarus because that's the only way that Omen can actually win this. I love this. So leaving Nico to watch Cloud9 while the rest push onto Lazarus. They only have 1 kill, surprisingly, off of that previous fight, but they're trying to go for more, trying to push directly into the shack.
Oh, no! Midwood's still alive! They didn't finish the push, and they're going to lose multiple members! That is not how you do it! And, Angry and Juicy will stay alive. So Angry stays alive. Zute did not get the backup that he needed from Juicy. And it could have been a clean push here, but they do lose 1. And now Angry has to run himself into the zone. He's not going to be able to do it. I think he just has to drop meds and allow Juicy to get himself on in. Cloud9 can't see over this ridge. They're not going to get out of their complex because they know Nico's hanging up top. Nico's going to stay alive for a little bit longer, take some shots at Pyra, able to knock him down, now start to get into the buggy. He's got to send it, try to get himself over the ridge. Yes, he's in the ridge for a little bit longer. Stays alive. No, he gets knocked. The inertia brought him a little bit too far and uneven. Will take him down. So it's Juicy and Angry, the two champions of Season 3, while they were members of Space Station Gaming, with an opportunity to take it to Cloud9 in a 2v3 situation. They do get the revive to Cloud9 onto Pyra. Yep. So now it's a 2v4 situation. A big ask for the dynamic duo of Angry and Juicy.
These guys have been playing together for a long time, and they are going to need every ounce of synergy, but it doesn't matter when Uneven can just hit shots like that. And now Juicy, one man against the world, and here comes the collapse. Can he get the shots?
Oh,
no,
yes.
That is going to be it. Cloud9, no questions asked. We knew that was their game to win. When push comes to shove, they do deliver a solid nine kills for them as well. So that's going to be a really solid game for them.
Holy moly. I think that is such a wild, I think, top 8 for me, because I didn't see Tempo Storm in that top 7 that we were able to see. And then we also had Execute that was in there and very active as well. But you saw Tribe, you saw PK, Square One also doing a great job. And then the Marksman, we didn't really follow along with them too much other than that initial fight that they had. But they get themselves all the way up to 4th place. But Cloud9 getting the points they need. Our hashtag sign confound, Zute and the boys getting themselves 2nd place. Yep. Minwoo and Russell with the hero plays for Lazarus to get themselves 3rd place and a couple of kills there at the very end. So now we're starting to see a shift. Yet again, it wasn't the same teams that we saw in Game 1 at the top of the leaderboards in Game 2, except for Cloud9. And this is why Cloud9 is normally known as the cream of the crop. But I still think there's an avenue for many teams still in this finals.
Absolutely, and I would expect nothing less. Across 5 games, anything can happen. But we know what happened in that game number 2. Cameron, walk us through it with our Xperia highlights. Let's recap that one. A little more consistent action over the course of it, but the ending was just as explosive.
Yeah, it didn't start off super fast, but right here, Accelerate, I actually thought they had a big advantage in the early game of that fight against Tribe, but grenades, that's the name of that story, is grenades. But this is the beginning of that too long in my opinion, standoff between Square One and Hype, and Leon did so much work, but then when the rest of his team arrived, they got this trade, made it 1-for-1 as we talked about. They got to this 2 separate buildings and just stopped from there.
Yeah, and then this was the play that impressed me a lot by Execute. They traded nades with Endgame, then chased down Iron Sight to close it out, and Execute did exactly that very decisively. And then Square One holding their ground so confidently against lobby leaders Hype. I think we maybe bought into the hype a little bit too early, too strongly, and there it is. So Alucard getting the knock and kill onto Tempestorm out 9th. And then I agree, this was the play here for the free agents. However, this push, Juicy, I guess, was worried about possibly Cloud9 coming over the edge, and you're thinking 2v1 should be good, but these are the types of play I expect to see out of Minwoo. He's made so many of these plays, and I'm excited for this Lazarus roster moving forward.
This is going to be exciting to see.
Omen.
Go ahead, Cameron.
No, I do think that Omen would have had a real shot at the end if it wasn't for Minwoo, and it wasn't an immediate kill when they dropped the second to last Lazarus player, so they should have known that there was another player left alive and likely also in the shack. But to me, it looked like Omen were just trying to run to get inside the shack and maybe collect loot, and that distraction allowing Minwoo to get those 2 knocks, or at least the damage that he needed to put it back into Cloud9's favor at the end game.
Yeah, and to me, it was the door. Like when they blew up the door, because that's why I started laughing. The door got blown up, and I was like, "Oh, sorry, Minwoo, you're dead." And then I think it gave like this false sense of security that actually there's no one on the other side of the door, and the surprise Minwoo was the deadliest, and it ruined the chances for the free agents to get themselves the win.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of factors there at the end that contributed to that, but not respecting the one player left standing in the corner of the shack with the gun that you didn't see coming. And as I said, you said, Cameron, that could have been a very different story for Omen at the end there. But thank you so much, guys, for that Xperia highlight. Before we take a break, though, before we get to game number 3, I need to give a shout out of my own. Of course, it is to Xperia by Sony, the official mobile partner of the ESL Mobile Open with their Xperia 1. I've been hyping up the Xperia 1 all season long, and I'm actually really excited to announce that the Xperia 1 Mark II is out, the new version of this phone. It's everything you know and love from the original version. Still got that awesome 4K OLED display, the 21:9 cinema wide, and on top of that, it's also got a ton of new features. It's got a headphone jack for us old school guys like me that like to be able to plug headphones into things, but it's also got 5G capability, wireless charging, and a lot of extra cool stuff like a better processor and battery as well. So definitely be sure to check that out. And thank you so much to Xperia. Of course, if you guys want to get involved in Season 6, if you want to compete with some of the best teams in North America, ! Sign up in the chat. That's the place to go do it. And if you're not even like, you're a fan of PUBG Mobile, which like, man, I play some other games too. We have a ton of games involved in the Mobile Open program, so definitely check those out. And of course, all the good social media stuff as well. We are going to take a short break. When we come back, game number 3, we're almost halfway through, updated leaderboards and all. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere though. We'll be right back.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 Finals. I'm your host, Paul Verum, Todd Keelan. We are about halfway through our last day here, all about PUBG Mobile, crowning ourselves another champion here for Season 5, walking away with the prize money, the trophy, and the pride. It's exciting because it has been back and forth so far. So many teams already making an early claim for that top spot. Degon is here once again, as always, helping me hold down the fort. Camo shirt. I can't believe it went. There was 1 week you showed up and you weren't wearing it, and I was legitimately concerned. I'm glad it's back.
I mean, I ended up switching into it. I think I was wearing my denim buttoned-up shirt. I looked really nice, and then it was the surprise. It was the rip it, and it was underneath. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, which I appreciate that. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about this bit of showmanship, and of course, in solidarity, of course, Cameron Davis has also got a little bit of camo going on. A little bit fancier. I feel like I need to invest in some camo at this point. I feel like
that looks like warm material. Like that looks.
It does actually
very warm.
It is. If I wasn't sitting directly next to an AC unit, I would not be doing it because it is hot in New York right now. So, but hey, I was able to pull it off. A commitment to the bit.
Okay. I do. I'm always the guy. Commit to the bit. Commit to the bit. All right. But you know what else? There's a lot of players that have committed a lot of time and resources. Degon, don't shake your head at me, sir. We've been doing this for too long for you to expect anything less. Let's look at our leaderboard, though, when it's all updated and see exactly how this is shaken out. Cloud9, a couple of consistent games allowing them to skyrocket themselves up to the top, not just on Cloud9. They're going to be feeling pretty good about that one. Hype is still up there, though. And Pittsburgh Knights as well, but Omen Elite and Lazarus, teams who are not having the hottest start, making their way over to this side of the page.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's Lazarus that's the biggest surprise with consistency in their placement there, because they were only 2 members in that Miramar game. And then also it's telling how strong of a first game that was for Hype, because they did not do very well in that last game. Remember, they poorly planned out their meds. They basically bled out and fed over 1 kill over to square one. So that chicken dinner that they got in game 1 was huge. My worry is that Cloud9 is shooting out of a cannon early, as they always do. And when they have a day like this, almost no teams can catch them. Normally I'd say, oh yeah, a Tempo Storm can catch them, a Wildcard can catch them, but you got to go ahead and mosey on over all the way to the lower half of the scoreboards and look all the way, squint your eyes. Yep, you're right. You see single digits over there for Tempo Storm and Wildcard, whereas Cloud9 have, quick maths, almost 6 times the amount of points as Wildcard Gaming, your reigning champions. So is that right? 6 maths? 6? Yeah, 6. All right, cool.
It's 1 over.
Thank you.
I never do math. That is just a terrible
That's
thing
why I got
to do.
confused. I looked at your face cam and you started squinting and your brain started hurting, and I was like, oh no, did I do something wrong? And I was like,
smoke coming out of my ears.
Yeah, Paul's just bad at math.
I mean, yeah, but you don't have to call me out for it. Come on. Okay, look, you're right. You're pointing out these teams like Wildcard, teams like Tempo Storm, and Tempo has been such a staple. I mean, they were our winners all the way back in Season 2, Degon. These are players. This is a team, a franchise that's been around forever. I mean, the hallmark of this squad for so long was the fact that they didn't change up their roster. They had this really consistent roster that they kept for a long time. They did eventually end up making some changes to get where they are now. And obviously they're still a super top squad. So they only have 3 games left. It's not impossible. They can make an epic rally, an epic comeback here, but they're really going to need to step up. And a player who always plays consistently, who always hits his shot, of course, is HH24. I did ask. It's not HH24. I said his name wrong for like a solid year, and then he corrected me, and then I felt kind of bad. But I did get a chance to sit down and chat with him, get his thoughts going into these games. So let's take a look. I'm here with HH24 of Tempo Storm going into our grand finals here for Season 5. You guys have made it back once again. Tempo Storm, no real surprise. But you as a player, you've gone kind of from like top team to top team. Now you find yourself playing under the Tempo Storm banner. You've once again made it back to a finals. How is it playing with this squad?
We have a really good gunning skills. I feel like we can be very aggressive when we have to. I think we have pretty good synergy with all of us. We can all just duo or just squad. Um, I feel really comfortable with this team. We can definitely win a lot of gunfights.
I mean, yeah, I remember all the way back in the day. I feel like I've been casting you for a very long time now, all the way back. I think probably even season 1 or season 2. I remember casting you guys, and now to make it here on one of the most established teams in NA, that's quite a journey. Did you ever sort of expect when you sat down to compete in the ESL Mobile Open that someday that you'd really truly go pro?
Yeah, to go pro, you just put a lot of time and effort, and with Mobile Open, it helps improve as a player and as a team. You learn a lot with new teams, new players, so it's very fun experience.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously awesome to hear, and now you're going up against some of the other top teams in North America, and a lot of folks also consider you guys to be one of the teams to beat here in our grand finals. Are there any other teams that you're really looking out for? Teams you think are going to give you trouble?
I have a lot of respect for every team, so to me, can't really judge a book by its cover. So just because we're a really good gunning squad doesn't mean we can't die. So every team is pretty good.
And obviously here, after months of competition to make it to the grand finals, yeah, I imagine every single one of these teams you got to watch out for. You can't sell anybody short. And I'm excited to see what you can do in this utterly stacked lobby. Thanks so much for taking the time to sit down and chat with me, and best of luck in the games.
No problem.
I mean, you heard it there. Soft spoken, but he talks with his play. Okay, that's what we're gonna go with.
Yeah, him and Tensa. I had an opportunity to sit down and interview Tensa for a long form interview, and both those guys, so calm, so calm, like too calm. Like they should not be called Tempo Storm. They should be like Sleepy Sea or something like that, because those guys are just so calm. And I think that's what allows them to make some of those fantastic plays that we've seen them make in some of the most tense moments. Tensa, you see, that's what I'm going for. And those are the two guys that used to play at Team Totality. So those are the two teammates. So they're so used to the same tempo that they go at. So I really believe that this interview was a pretty good insight onto the comms of one of the most successful teams in North America.
Yeah, I would agree. Again, the franchise. Look, Degon, you're laughing. You're still laughing. I don't know why you're still laughing. No, I think it's true. But I also think the point there that you have to respect every single squad in this lobby was correct, because I think there was a point where like Tempo was sort of so far ahead of a lot of these other squads. They were kind of head and shoulders above a lot of people that they could have gotten complacent. But I think bringing in these other members from teams that have fought, that have grinded, that have been there in that situation, kind of brings that respect with them. And again, if anything, today has proved so far is that you can't count anybody out. A lot of the teams we expected to do well are not. I mean, Endgame has 2 points. They've just shown up today. Literally, they've gotten 2 points just for being here. They have really not had a super impact on the game so far, other than the fact that they're giving points to other teams when they die. So I need to see them continue to step up, but I also love the fact that these up-and-coming squads have been doing just that. And Cameron, I mean, we know this in terms of the Battle Royale format. That's what makes these games so exciting to watch, is the idea that nobody's safe at any time. That's what keeps the heart pounding.
Yeah. And it's the amount of points that we've seen teams pick up off of 1 or 2 rounds should give a little of hope to the teams that are at the bottom, that like maybe they can, but there's still a big lead. They're gonna have to hope the top teams like Cloud9 and Hype just completely fall off if they want to fall off of their top spot.
Yeah, and there's another team that I wanted to touch on. I forgot to, because their arrow was trending down. It's Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights closed the gap onto Hype with 2 consistent games. And again, they're getting the performance that I'm so used to seeing out of Cloud9 when they're not winning chicken dinners, that it's, dare I say, giving me hope. Is Pittsburgh Knights going to pull my leg yet again? Raven going to hit me with another okie doke? Jagger for the 5th time, they're going to hit me with an okie doke? Maybe, possibly. But this team in striking distance of first place, I think only down 9 points right now.
Yeah, no, they're looking really darn solid. Like I said, it feels like they've ironed out some of the kinks that we sort of poked fun at them before. I remember the rotations. they lost a member every single
time.
game.
It didn't even matter who was on the roster at that point. That was when Wi-Fi was still playing here on this Pittsburgh Knights roster. Oh.
You know what that means, Degon? Cammy, you know what's going on? It's time for Sandhawk, which is it's fitting. This map in particular, because Degon, we have a lot of grand finals experience on this map. Oh boy.
This is the North American map in Pro League and in World League. Oh, juicy. There we go. All right. Cool. Good landing. North America always ruled all over Sandhawk because I honestly believe it's because we made all of these players play this in the finals, like care about it, practice and strategize before the rest of the world put their time in here. So I'm always proud to watch a Sandhawk match. I'm sad that we only get to watch one in our finals, but I love the fast and furious nature that it leads to. Another thing to note, just real quick, Venerated is back in. Chris was able to log in, and so now they have all 4 members. So they did sit out game 2, which is such a bummer because they had a fantastic game number 1. We'll have to keep an eye on Venerated if they're able to close the gap here.
But having Sandhawk in the middle, I think, is probably the best thing as like a helping hand we can give to the teams at the bottom, like Tempo Storm and Wildcard. Because if there's a map that you can just go big in and get a bunch of kills and stack up a win as high as possible, it's this one. But it's actually going to be Accelerate that starts that off. Easy. That's when you type GG easy in chat while he's currently running away and trying to get back to his team. But with this circle, he's in a good spot. If he can get behind cover.
Yep, suck it in, Asuzuki. Here they come. Kilo
Suck
is
the gut.
rotating around. Asuzuki using the third party.
Okay.
There it is. Asuzuki. Quarantine form. That's what happens. Not quite able to hide enough through that skinny tree. I think a bit of a bummer here for the marksman. Yes, they get 2 kills onto Accelerate, but after a high placement in the Miramar game, 18 points currently, so they're one of the teams in striking distance of Cloud9. Sucks that you lose a member so early. Do you feel okay, Cammy, with a 2-for-1 trade as the first couple of kills, or would you have rather not take the fight and not lose anybody?
In their position, I think they'd be more okay with it. If you have to come in from the edge, you want to have all 4 players, but they have an opportunity to get a center compound, and so taking an early kill lead like that isn't the worst. But I do think, as a general rule, you don't want to lose anyone this early.
And I think one of the things we've talked about this over the last year of competition, the idea that the teams who are your chances of winning a game, actually walking away with the chicken dinner, increase exponentially when you have all 4 players alive at the end. Like, part of the reason that Cloud9 looked so good there was because they were able to get, all 4 players into a spot. They had full HP. They still had meds. They had won their battles and taken not enough damage. They were so battered and bruised they hadn't lost 1 or 2 members, and that's a big difference maker. So losing one of these members early, and Dion, I was touching on it before we got in, that was Pittsburgh Knights' trademark. They would lose somebody in a vehicle every single time, but this time, today, they have been so much crisper on the rotations that I love, but also Tempo Storm. They have lost some members early as well, taken some risky fights, full sending maybe a little more aggressive than they should have. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. Omen has done a pretty good job of getting there, but every single one of these teams, I was going to say, has been putting themselves in good positions.
A battle of juggernauts here.
Oh boy.
I would thoroughly enjoy seeing how both these teams, if they get equal footing in Painan, try to outmaneuver each other. Smoke's going out early, so if seen by Tempo, which I think Juicy's going to see this one, it's the signal. It's on. It's on.
This is an interesting smoke, though, because I want to say that this is like the smoke that you take to get out. Okay. And I was wondering where the rest of what the rest of Tempo was doing, but yeah, they're just gonna get out of this one. A good spray from Juicy.
Oh no! He got him. All right. Oh, and he traded back though. 224. Or 224 able to get it.
1 HP.
All right. Well, yeah, that was definitely suppressing fire to cover for your boy, and HH24. Saving the life of his teammates by knocking Angry, and Tempo staying alive, and HH24 being a man of his word. There are a lot of teams that you're afraid of and nervous of in this stacked lobby, and now Tribe getting the jump on the marksman. They went from one team fight to another, and that's not what you want. And Zeus, he's on foot. He's running for his life, and this is Tribe that we wanted to see. See, got known as the king of close quarters, also the king of getting a jump on a team, shooting teams that don't know you're there. Able to capitalize on that one and pick up 2 points for Tribe.
Bringing out the Tommy gun, too, just for good measure. Going back to 1940, having a time with it. No, that was sick. Even just the confidence, like, I'm just going to jump this rock. Like, I am so confident in my shot at close range. I'm going to make it happen. This is a better opening here from Tribe, another team that's been a little bit quiet, but they're actually staring down over towards square one. Again, one of these up-and-coming squads that has been impressing me so far today. They're putting themselves in positions to take a lot of fights. Not always been winning them, but they've been doing pretty darn well, D-Gun.
Yeah, they have. And, you know, you're hoping, again, for a lot of these North American teams, it's consistency, right? You get flashes in the pan, but you want to see consistency. Haven't seen that enough from these teams throughout.
Such a stupid boat skin. I love it so much. Sorry, just distracted by the big motor in the back, if you can even call it that. But yeah, the Knight's coming. It's so dumb. Oh, but it's
amazing. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. Well, let's see if they lose one on this rotation. I feel like you guys are gassing Knights up a little bit. I would kind of love it in a Schadenfreude way that it just makes them completely collapse. But no, it's not gonna happen. They are looking good. You're right, but also looking good as Cloud9 in first place. It looks like they've been hearing, or at least semi-aware of this team directly above them. They want to stay quiet. They don't want to take an unnecessary early engagement and just use camera work to defend their compound.
There's our lobby leaders right now. Cloud9 maybe strolling to their way to their second championship. First one as Misfits. And there it is. That'll be helpful. Russell.
Oh, Russell.
I know his jimmies are a little rustled right now after that one.
Russell always does this, man. He's either last one alive or the first one out. As Bayo getting a little heat check there. I think there was hype behind him, getting caught from behind.
So a lot of our top teams in the lobby are potentially staring each other down right now. We could actually see a little bit of cannibalism up here at the top of the leaderboard if these teams continue to fight like they are. And there've been enough knocks and downs now that people should know what's going on. Yeah, this is very interesting. If I'm seeing this on my kill feed right now and I'm a team that's been struggling in the first couple games, I got to be real happy that it's these two teams going toe to toe.
Yeah, well, to be fair, right? They don't know. They're the ones facing each other right now. You do know that Lazarus and Cloud9 are facing each other. You know that Tribe scared off the marksman, and you know that the marksman got in a fight earlier with Accelerate. I think that's all the kill feed information that we. Oh, and then Tempo and Omen were fighting each other. So yeah, you got a handful of information. If you're Pittsburgh Knights, you're like, great. Can't wait to hide to another second place. Like we always do. And then they get caught in the rotation and go out ninth. Something along that nature. That's the Pittsburgh Knights way. But maybe their fortunes change today. Yeah, there we go. Where are the Knights? Where are they running to? Where are they running at? I don't know. They're near the edge.
Yeah, I think they're just far on the coast.
Oh,
of course, just coming in from a boat. But did they spot?
No, they did not. They did not. They have not seen Venerated yet. Oh, there we go. You got it. Yeah, you got it.
There they have. There it is.
You know, and
now they know.
That's the thing. I feel like one of these differences that, you get to know players through their play, or sometimes you get to talk to them. And I haven't had the chance to talk to Raven or J7, but these are two players, I keep hitting on them, where their growth has just been massive over the last year, since this year started. And I think it's just small things like that. You're scouting around, you know exactly where to look, you're getting the information, and then their decision making afterwards that allows them to get the guns going and make plays and not have to react. They can be proactive in the gunfights, and they've shown they're proficient in that at the highest level.
Still looking at Cloud9 right now. Not a lot has happened since that initial trade of gunfire between Lazarus and getting that nice little early point onto Russell. And I think that Cloud9 do recognize that while I'm a fan of their position, they are squashed between multiple teams, so they do need to be aware of the angles that they're approaching from. But, okay.
Yeah, here comes
Omen
Execute.
Here, we saw Omen cross the water earlier. Now they're just basically holding it down.
That was pretty accurate by the free agents of Omen Elite. That molly could have been painful for Echo, as he now has to work his way on through circle. Centers up. Everybody still in the zone, so we could be in another holding pattern for another 4 minutes. Probably not, but we'll see. Omen Elite and Execute holding this southwestern edge of the circle. They are near Tribe. So, and we want to preface that because a lot of the time, once you take a big full-on team fight, you know there's going to be another team breathing down your neck. And there's Angry redeeming himself from the initial push from last game into the shack.
Memo opens it up too. All right. And that's so interesting because Execute was the squad that we saw have that fantastic compound push in that last game with the nades going in and poking up the stairs, denying the revive. So we know this team in close quarter situations, they do know how to execute if they're the aggressors. But in this situation, Omen was able to continue to trade shots back and forth, didn't give them a chance where they could really set up in the rocks there along the river, didn't give them any angles. And that's how you deny that kind of push. And now, Execute's like, all right, I guess we're just getting out. Let's turn this around. GG, that ain't happening for us. So Omen facing on all comers right now and doing a great job with it. This is looking solid for them.
What's especially good about that is that even though they got that knock, they're not committing there because, yes, they were in the circle, but they weren't in a strong position in the circle. And that position by itself doesn't immediately grant them a lot of opportunities in the next phases. And so they just use that as an opportunity to have momentary reduced pressure from that angle and decide to push up north. Hopefully still aware of tempo taking that hill that they did previously that they pushed them off into. But I like the fact that they aren't just playing necessarily for the kills. They're going to be playing for position in the circle to then net them the kills. And that's how you play these games.
Especially here in Sandhawk where, again, you commit and everyone knows. And Execute now. Able to get the revive up because Omen Elite backed off, and now they're turning their focus to their northeast towards Tribe, and Seagut, our close quarters master, getting knocked early, and here comes the send. Execute going to try and pick up the kills. They're heading to the top of the cave. King A has given his position away, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team starting to shoot on through, and Echo... he's down, he's out, no revive from the team. And King A sees another one from distance, not quite able to land it. Fate answers back. And so now Alucard's down. So maybe Echo has an opportunity here as Fame Boy's already out. And so a 2v3 situation. Elise trying to get it up. King A forced to hit the deck. Now Memo jumping in the air. Will be able to get himself on through. They're not giving Fate any opportunity to shoot. Both members low. King A throws it. But here comes the rest of the team. Should be an easy clean. Echo has to switch guns. And it's Alucard cleaning this one up. Oh boy, Tribe, you're always giving me the heart attack. And there it is. They clean it up. They pick up 2 necessary points here in Tribe, getting things rolling. I think that was 6 points, 6 kills so far for Tribe, and they're trying to wiggle their way back on into this game.
I was getting flashbacks from the last game of pushing into Minwoo there in the shot. I was like, no, not again. But that's how you execute it. Throwing bodies at the problem, but able to get it done, knowing exactly where the last member on the outside was to be able to put that rock between them, utilize what little bits of cover they could on the top of the hill, and then just getting the damage where it needed to be. Beautiful play there from Tribe. Cameron, that was pretty textbook.
Yeah, it was textbook hold. I don't know if I would say it was a textbook engage by Execute. Now its Fate is still driving along, still tries to find a place. I'm really curious on what information that they had to inspire that push in the way that they did. But yep, they're gonna go out. 16th place.
Yeah, I think it might have been one of those things where it was, hey, Omen's to our south or to our west. We got to do something, and we'd rather push Tribe here. We got one of them, and it's like a de facto 3v3. Fate from the outside could try to get a pick, which he did, but wasn't quite fast enough to stop the revive. I don't know. I don't know.
wish that Fate could do more. I feel like the hill that he was on was just a couple of meters too short for him to really do a lot of work on that off-angle Overwatch position. If there was like a tower on top of that hill behind the rock that he was at to make the angle even better, I think they would have been a lot more successful. But I really feel that he wasn't really efficient at all on that side. And if he just sent it with all of his teammates, they probably maybe could have fared better. I'm going to look in the game and actually set up an entire diagram of the angles and who can see whom. But nonetheless, 4 kills for Tribe. Definitely a good start for them. And they have all 4 up despite all the fights that they've been finding themselves in. A little damaged on the utility front and the bleed out timers, but this is still a pretty good early game.
Also, just to note, Circle starting to center up on Quarry, which is just not a fun spot to be a part of. It's just out in the open if you're inside. So everyone's kind of just camping on the outside of Quarry, hoping it's not Quarry. So I hope it doesn't center up even more. All the teams inside. I think there was one team to the north that is having a tough time. They're going to have a tough time trying to work their way on in. But just to put a button on the Tribe. I think Tribe like Pittsburgh Knights. This is a team with experience, with pedigree, with fraggers. But they got to get over the hump. And right now, Slicky, he's in some trouble. He's in a rock. The hard places on the other side. Best kept secret trying to hold him on in. And he's getting dinked. What? Where was he getting dinked from? From distance. It's game for wieners. Yes, Fantasy getting in there. And now a couple of members getting down. Coops with the nade and Acer getting sent back for a different monitor. Now Spring forced to move on up. Support Enigma will be able to get his teammates on up for a little bit longer. The smokes go down. Slicky's the next one. Fantasy gets the dream scenario and just picks up multiple kills there. 3 members of Wildcard down. And that's it. Wildcard's out. Goodness. G3 from distance. And your reigning champs now will have a total of 10 points. Maybe. I think it's just 10 points after 3 games. They're going to need back-to-back chicken dinners if they want any chance of getting a back-to-back championship here.
I mean, this is the real life. That was not just a fantasy. That was the perfect lineup. That was the knockdown. That was huge. One of the favorites, the fan favorites, our predictions as analysts going into this in Wildcard, a team that is competing at the very top of the leaderboard on a world stage, just not being able to get it together here during our finals for the ESL Mobile Open. Season 5 has been full of surprises, and this game is certainly delivering. And Lazarus as well, formerly Simplicity, picked up here with 2 members down. They are also in a rough spot going to the rest of this game because so many teams have been able to get to this point. There's been like full team wipes only. We've like lost 1 or 2 guys here and there, but there are so many 4-man squads still alive. This is going to be nearly impossible to do as a duo.
Well, Irish and Lolo trying to do their best Minwoo and Russell. It's the what is it? It's the sequel. If you liked the first one, wait till you see the second one. Lazarus Reloaded.
I just hope that it's not the usual sequels that have to have a completely different cast because the first 2 lead actors weren't available.
Yeah, well,
scheduling conflicts.
Yeah.
Russell he had his other gig as the first guy out.
First guy out. First man out. First man down.
Russell. All right, Circle does start to center up a little bit more. No. Most of the quarry is still in. And this is a yikes. Cloud9 does have to rotate. Lazarus also. We'll get to see how they do in the next phase of their full feature-length film, I guess. And Tribe and the Marksman will still have to work themselves on it. Kilo's still alive. He's been running around the map. And it looks like they might be able to be sneaky enough to get on in because Tribe's pretty focused on Omen Elite right now. Oh, no.
Wasn't Zeus knocked in the earlier Marksman Tribe engagement?
Yes, maybe. Oh, God, Seagun, it's a surprise! Oh, and Zeus able to pick him off. Will he be able to get the finish? Yes, he will. Memo a little bit too late. And Tribe do lose a member to the Sneaky Snakes in the shack.
I mean, at least Marksman got 1 kill off of that. I was hoping for more when they held 2 in the shack, but of course, when you enter a little bit a building like that, you got to be ready on the trigger finger. With BKS, we saw how many teams had angles on wildcard, and they're all going to be fighting each other now because no one wants to enter the quarry.
Das had a perfect opportunity to shoot Bayo right in the butt, and he misses out on it, and that could have changed the complexion of not only this map, but the whole tournament. Big wraparound by Pyra to keep him alive, and the IGL now raining nades down onto Coops, and best kept secret no longer a secret. They are their position is compromised.
It is indeed. And I think the thought process there was I want to have trigger discipline. I don't want to give away my position. I've got the DP in hand. Everybody is going to hear this. They're going to know I am there. But with Coops getting knocked by the nade as well, yeah, I think he just should have taken the shot, try and go for it. Of course, it's easy for us to say as a spectator here. Bayo, that was not where you were getting shot from, friends.
That's a body.
Yeah.
Bayo,
Head on a swivel, though.
Bayo's skinny Bayo. He's on a diet.
Yeah, no quarantine
let
15
him know
for
what
him.
he can and can't eat. And there it is. And hole goes down as well. It was a good run. It was a good attempt by Best Kept Secret, but they will not be able to stay on in this. Everfury, he forgot how to stand up. He's down. There it is. Iron Sight. The old man giving him an opportunity to get back on his 2 feet. There we go. The 2 vets of that roster.
Let me find my cane. Gotta get right back up here. Here we go.
We didn't get to see the end of the sequel. Lazarus already knocked out here. They've gone out.
Yep.
PK have a long way to go. They got a long way to go here to get themselves into the zone. Venerated now getting into some action with Cloud9. And Cloud9 in a bit of trouble as Square One now raining down onto Tribe. And I think that's Cloud9 out by PK. PK from the blue, from the shadows, able to knock out Cloud9. And now there's some breathing room in the overall standings.
So Lazarus, the team that wasn't able to fill the full roster, missed out in game number 2. They're the ones who just basically helped to knock out Cloud9. On the other side, Square One helping to deal with Tribe. So hang on a second here. These up-and-coming squads have been really making their presence felt in this game number 3. Oh, but now it's Raven with a huge opportunity, but realizing he is super out of position right now. He cannot commit to this fight. And he's just, Digon, what's going on? They have got to rethink this positioning.
Yeah, I think you got multiple teammates trying to circle back on up together. Raven with the shots from distance, and down goes Simple. Nice play there by Raven and the rest of Pittsburgh Knights, taking their time to work their way on into the zone. Game for Winners also still trying to work their way on in. Now Leon getting shot from behind. He's still up. He has 2 more teammates still left alive with him. Oh, the blue zone might take him down. Oh, the blue zone might take him down multiple times, and it's Tensa able to catch out Leon. And those are the mistakes. It's a small margin of error, but down he goes, and out goes Leon. As Chris also gets taken down. I think that's Venerated knocked out. And PK are raking in the points here. 8 kills so far. They did lose Jagger, but they're looking pretty good as Raven. Oh, we were following along with Raven. He almost made it. He was in the zone. He gets sniped out. And Game for Winners doing a solid job. I was making a joke earlier with their name, but now they're not looking like a joke at all anymore. And J7 trying his best to work his way on in. You can see how much they're starting to chunk on in. He's going to sprint every second. Yeah, the circle's going to be restricting here on him. He is on the close side, and he's got 11 more. He's got 11 more. 11 more.
Yeah, 11 more. He had 14 when he started. He's already used 4 of them. These med kits. Oh, these first aids.
He's closing the gap.
I think he's actually going to be able to make it, assuming Accelerate don't spot him. Accelerate and...
What is happening here? Oh, that hit a tree.
The bank?
Oh my God, Tensa, he's Top Chef Tensa. He cooks the nade. He's got the angles. He does the math. He's so good. Oh,
he's so dead.
And then he's dead. Who is that? Oh, it was Spooky. I think it was Square One that was able to pick that one up. And now Hype have a long way to go.
Oh, no.
And it's Game for Winners just sitting right here, just being gatekeeper in the quarry. They've got control up top. They got control underneath. And now Square One also. So we got our 2 lesser known teams in Game for Winners and Square One just taking their time. J7 being patient. Got a couple more first aids, but look how much further the Pittsburgh Knights, man, has moved on up the standings. Omen Elite has been taken out as well. And so just 4 teams left alive. Game for Winners, Square One. Oh no, there it is. Omen Elite. Nico not quite able to get himself to the wall, so it's just Juicy left alive. He's in the quarry. Will have to make a mad dash to get himself on in the zone. J7 taken out, so Omen Elite will move on up to 3rd place, but what a move there by Pittsburgh Knights with Cloud9 getting taken down so early.
What can you do at this point if you're Juicy is really nothing. You saw what happened when Nico just tried to run out from behind that cover, and that's the problem with Quarry, is that the center is the low ground. If you're not in the compound that Square One is at, you are basically a sitting duck. You have the angles all stacked against you, and maybe a distraction by Game for Winners could help them out.
Oh,
but I don't know. No.
Nice.
Oh, Karma
9
just
kills.
got blasted.
He did indeed, but look at the kill count now. And then Spooky is just being point man. He sees, oh no, although the play zone robs him. Oh my goodness, that's just unfortunate, but this is now the go button. They know there's only one player left. It's W Morrow up against the world, up on the high ground. They see him, can he find the shots? He gets one down, but no, he is just gonna be ripped apart. And Bobo, that's it. Square One is going to be able to get the victory here. So many kills to their names. Recognize this team, hear their name, because they are here showing up. Season 5, the grand finals. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, 11 kills for Game for Winners, 11 kills for your lobby winner, Square One, and was it 8 kills for Pittsburgh Knights that moved all the way up to 4th place. I think when we started to see that move there at the end, I think there were 10 teams still up. They went from 10th all the way to 4th. And Pittsburgh Knights, they were the team that were on the heels of Cloud9. 8 plus the placement points of 4. I think that's 8 total points, so 16 points. That might be enough to overtake 1st place. Shout out to Omen Elite. They get 3rd place, 0 kills. The pacifist way. No one has to get hurt in this. So good for Omen Elite to gather the points overall.
Nobody gets hurt except themselves. All right, Cameron, Degon, let's go through with our Xperia highlights from that last game. A lot more action, of course. I would expect nothing less from Sandhawk, but take it away, Cameron. This one was a banger.
Yeah, actually, as you can see here, it started off with some action, a little trades back and forth, which I know, I mean, I did say that I wasn't so upset with this start for Marksman. It's the fact that they got into a fight immediately after against Bull Tribe, who were going to pivot off into just holding down this entire southern side. But ultimately, these engagements outside of the points and potential placements, if it was a full team wipe, didn't mean much because they lent nothing to Quarry control.
Yeah, and Quarry just a tough spot to hold. You saw the teams that were successful had to gamble early on which side they would go on and which side had the high ground, as it panned out there for Square One. And look how tight these quarters were. Like, even endgame, like, you can't really knock them for that. They're up against the fence. They're trying their best to hide, and there just isn't space to play.
Oh, this looks so close. If Mara got the second one, I don't know. I think Fantasy could have had a real opportunity there, but no, it was definitely a really good finish for Square One. And I'm actually a bit more kills than I would have expected, but I think just as you mentioned, when there's a Quarry circle like this, you have to gamble on one side or another, that a lot of teams sort of maybe clenched up and didn't, I don't know, maybe started to play it's the whole conversation of playing, playing to win versus playing to not lose. And I think when a couple of these teams saw that Quarry circle and then got into the playing to not lose sort of mindset, which meant that they didn't get the kills themselves. They kind of just served themselves on a silver platter for Square One.
Right. I mean, wasn't it Spooky that was standing on top? He was like, hey guys, I'm right here. Come take your shot at me. And no one really felt comfortable enough to stand up, knock him down. And so Square One was able to hold that whole complex for a little while. And when I think about teams that were being proactive, even Cloud9, they were proactive. They just weren't able to get to the right spot at the right time. PK were active and they were able to get rewarded. And that's the thing about Sandhawk that I think is frustrating for players, but great for viewers. No matter how you play it, it's always going to force a lot of this combat that you can watch, that you can see develop. And sometimes it pans out and you're able to capitalize on it. And sometimes you're not. And the randomness is kind of frustrating for players, but I love it, man. Like we get game for winners and square one in my final circle. I'll take that.
Oh yeah. No, that was fantastic. Again, these up-and-coming squads able to take advantage of the chaos, able to find those third parties and actually be able to execute on them. And I feel like that's really the big difference that we've seen, from seasons past to now. It's not just a knock here or there. They're actually able to execute and convert this onto kills and really pick this up. So awesome play from them. And obviously, ton of fun cast there for us guys, as that's game number 3 now in the books. We're going to go to a short break, but before we do, I got to give a huge shout out to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, it's AT&T, without whom, we could not do this. Their support has been, key to us being able to put on this fantastic event, supporting the grassroots of mobile esports, giving these players a platform on which to compete. And if you want to compete, if you want to take the next step into competitive PUBG Mobile, ! Sign up in the chat. Find out all the info about Season 6. I really hope to see you there, folks. If you are in North America, get a team together, find some friends, maybe go over to the Discord as well if you need some teammates to get involved with that. And of course, stay up to date with everything on social. ! Social in the chat, especially over on Twitter and Instagram. You can stay up to date with a lot of the things there. And then over on the Discord, like I mentioned as well. We are going to go to a short break. When we come back, game number 4, we're getting down to the wire. Who is going to be our Season 5 champion? Well, stay tuned to find out.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 Finals. As always, I'm your host, Paul Inverum Toddkill. I am so excited to be back once again, this time, of course, for PUBG Mobile. It has been an adventure from start to finish, and today has been no exception. The Season 5 Finals. Okay, for the record, like, we have had so many amazing games so far. We had Asphalt 9 Legends to kick things off. We had Clash of Clans, which was a stellar 2-0 finish. Yesterday, we crowned a champion in auto chess in a game that came down to the wire. Like, this has been just a fantastic weekend. I know it's a Monday weekend of competition, and I am so glad to be able to share with all you at home. I've got some amazing co-casters standing by, of course, to help me break down all the action, all the plays. D-Gon, you're back. You're feeling good. You're ready to go. Yeah, it's so good to be back. I don't know.
That was good. It was great to be back. I do need to make a quick shout out to my roommate, who's fantastic, working hard today. Also hopping into the broadcast. I know he's watching. I'm sorry I drank all your Diet Coke, because it's been a heck of a game.
I've been seeing you chug that. I've been seeing you chug that this whole time.
That's because these games have been so hectic, man.
Just cracking another one the whole time. Oh boy. Anyway, Cameron is also still here. He's still standing by. He's still getting hyped right along with us. He's still got the camo. One of these days, you're going to just be wearing a different shirt, and I'm going to get really confused when I come back, and it's going to be sad. But don't do that to me.
You spoiled my bit.
No, I do it so you can't.
Okay,
I do it so you can't. No, just don't rage quit. It's fine. It's fine. If you're just joining us, of course, you're not sure what this is all about. It's the ESL Mobile Open, opportunity for you to get involved in the world of mobile esports. Today, of course, it is all about PUBG Mobile, the famed battle royale that you're playing on your phones. And I'm going to be honest, guys, watching how good these guys shoot, I really forget that they're playing on phones a lot, because these guys are slayers. Yeah. It is really impressive to watch. And of course, going all the way to the end to get that chicken dinner. Speaking of which, Cameron, talk to us about scoring. Remind the folks at home exactly how these points are accumulated.
Yeah, we've already seen a couple of teams accumulate a lot of these points, but if you're asking where are those points coming from, I am here to help you. It is from placement. It's all about surviving as long as possible, hopefully towards the very end. And if you win, you get a good old 20 points, and it just scales down from there in a pretty fair fashion. I don't think that's a controversial statement to make, but you also get points from the kills. You kill your opponent, you get 1 point. Now, keep in mind, it only counts as confirmed kills. Knocks, if they get revived, nothing, doesn't matter. If the kill gets stolen, if you knock them and another team takes it, they get the point. It doesn't matter. You need to confirm it yourself to get that extra point.
That is so important to know, because we've seen a lot of those kills denied by third parties jumping on in, making their presence felt. So it's definitely something to note here. But you talked about our leaderboard. You alluded to it a little bit going into that segment. So let's take a look at our leaderboard. Let's see how things have shaken out after that. Oh my goodness. 3 points, D-Gon. 3 points.
That's it. Barely any points at all here, just kind of separating it. And it's square one that's surprising me with the big play there. They were able to get themselves all the way on up, as well as Pittsburgh Knights. Again, the consistency from the Knights. This is what I've been waiting to see from them for such a long time. This is a team that has been on the cusp for a while, and here they are. Hype starting to slow down a little bit, slide down the leaderboards. Omen Elite, although their arrow is trending down because they got skipped over by Square One, they're closing the gap onto Hype. So it's not huge deficit yet. Game for Winners on the rise after that last game. And Accelerate still finding ways to score points, even though they lost 2 members early. They're still in relevancy. But I think the big story for me is the unfortunate fortunes of Wildcard Gaming. 8 points after 3 games. They were just steamrolling everything like it was still season 4 in the playoffs of season 5, but they have not been able to get anything going. And maybe the first time you're like, yeah, weird circles, unlucky. Second game, you're like, yeah, you know what? They just needed to rotate around. They were able to get a quick pick around the crate. But this third game, you're like, oh, well, it's Sandhawk. You're running out of excuses because you're running out of maps to score points here if you're Wildcard.
You are indeed. And at this point, I mean, they're basically mathematically out. And we would need to see some really convoluted series of events. They would have to wipe half the lobby and walk away with the dinner on their shoulders. It's like, just took a quick, trip down to, Chick-fil-A. I don't even know. They would have to do something wild. So at this point, I think we're going to kind of like look past them at this point. End game being I know it's in the name, but I don't think it was that was the direction you wanted to follow. I would say basically from like the marksman upwards, in theory, might have a shot to continue to take it. But really, I would say it's Omen Elite and above at this point that are really vying for those spots. Again, things can shift. We have seen 33-point games.
Yep.
So in theory, teams can make that jump like we even saw Square One do in that last game. But part of the problem is it's also going to rely on a team that's been pretty hot, like Cloud9, to severely drop the ball. Like you look at this in a vacuum and you say, oh, one team gets 30 points, they skip ahead. Yes, but that's ignoring the potential points that one of these other top teams are getting. So you have to factor that into your math. Not that I do math. I don't do math. Never was.
It's not just hoping that one of those top teams doesn't have a good game. You hope that all four of those top teams have two bad games in a row. And I mean, I'm not a math guy either. I don't really know statistics too well. It doesn't seem to be in your favor. So my attention is going to be on those top four spots as far as looking at who's going to be the winner. There is definitely some pride to climbing as high as you can, especially if you're not one of the favorites coming into this, if you're one of the underdogs. But as far as I'm concerned, and most of the audience, is going to be about who's going to lift that gold trophy.
Yeah, I really do believe like some of these squads have the opportunity. They're in striking distance, but really you're starting to talk about a smaller group of teams here, because the way that Cloud9 has been playing and just constantly like scoring points, it just seems like they're always going to be the tough team to beat here in North America.
Yeah, and again, this is just, they're one of these teams that's been around for so long in some iteration or another, but they've also got the established team behind them. Cloud9 is an organization. If you've been following North American esports for any amount of time, you know about Cloud9. They're one of the staples of sort of when you're getting into esports, regardless of what game you're watching, you hear about. So I think having that additional support behind them is definitely doing work, but it also makes me feel good inside to see one of these up-and-coming teams like Square One not taking us back to Square One, not taking us back to the drawing board. They are showing that they have done the equations, they've done the computations, and they've been able to put it into practice here in these last few games. I'm doing it as Cam, you're gonna have to get used. We're casting PMW all together, Cameron. You're gonna have to get used to this. Degon's, he's acquainted with it, but you're gonna have to let me go on these spiels a little bit. But either case, they are hot on Cloud9's heels, and I can't wait to see what they do in this next game, Degon.
Yeah, we've seen unsigned teams get close. The closest was Blinded by Win, right? Was it Blinded by Win that was the closest team? Who was the team in over in New York? Season 2. I think that was the team that was closest to possibly winning, that was unsigned. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. We have an opportunity here to see.
Indeed. Let's get into game number 4. But yes, Degon, we did see one of those other additional teams do so much work in past seasons, but no one has walked away with a W. No one has raised the trophy.
Is it not Blinded by Win? Oh, it was Slicky and Grimly and yeah. What team was that? Was that Blinded by Win? Help us out, chat. Twitch chat, this is where you're helpful.
In like 10 minutes, help us out. So we are on a huge delay. That's fine.
I can't. Not only what you guys are talking about is before my time, I'm also just so distracted by, back on Erangel, the exact same plane path. Exact same. The tilt may be off just a little bit, but now we have more teams go into military base. We now have 3, potentially 4 if BKS go like loop back down there, but I highly doubt that. I wonder if we're going to see the same number of people go to Georgia Bowl, and then I also, of course, as usual, in PUBG, I wonder where the circle is going to go and what that's going to cause these teams to do.
Yeah, I assume we're going to see a lot of the same setup here. Yeah, probably a lot of the same setup from these teams. Circle must be different, right? We're not going to get another military circle, right?
Surely.
There's just no way.
Surely.
No, definitely not. It's not. Yes, actually it is. Wait. No. I know how this works. It's going to be military. It absolutely will be, guys. Yeah. If it's it's going to be military.
Give me like Milta right now, just because there's nobody over there in the plane path didn't go that way.
The Povka.
Okay.
This is all right. the friendliest circle I've ever seen. Might as well draw a smiley face in there.
Yeah, this is if it weren't for the awful plane path, this would be a very, very slow start. I do wonder if the closer circle to Georgia Bowl is going to inspire some Georgia Bowl teams to fight a little more than they did. By that I mean at all, because they didn't fight at all in the opening game. BKS here. Okay.
Yeah.
I love that panda skin.
Yeah,
though.
the
That is
marksman
adorable.
and best kept secret shooting at each other. I think that was Coops. Was Coops just trying to take shots with the pistol out the window? That's not very effective here, as they are. What are they? Just right next to bridge here. Yeah, a little bit outside of bridge.
Farm area, right below S compound. Georgia Bowl, look how close these guys are going. Lazarus, they're just pushing further and further west, and they're eventually going to come across their neighbors. I hope that they're aware of them. Surely they're aware that they're sharing this with at least one other squad.
Yeah, I mean, they would have seen it on the drop. They would know. Yeah, he's not going to go too far. It's sort of all right, this is as far as I can push this. Now he's got a real gun. He's picking up the M4. He's been looking just fine. Irish, of course, hoping to channel the luck of the Irish, not opening the wrong door to the wrong compound, staring down 3 gun barrels, because heavens knows we've seen that before. And in the playoffs, even as recently as that. So North Georgia, always one of these hotly contested zones, but the teams that are dropping towards center, I'm looking towards like Tempo Storm. They take Pochinki, we know it. Tempo City. They're going to have a lot of time to play, a lot of time to loot up. I think we're going to have a lot of very similar vibes to game at number 1, in the idea that we're going to have a very, very passive opening. And when teams do finally decide they're going to fight, they're going to be very well looted for it.
It's gonna be a little different from game number 1, partly just because obviously they don't have to cross over the bridge, but the fact that even though a lot of fights probably won't break out, you're going to see some teams in a little bit of a chess match concerning strictly the river, because yes, it's a central circle. The river is not going to be super impactful once we hit the mid, maybe mid, but definitely not the late game. But in the early game, we could easily see teams get in a weird situation because of like phase 2 or phase 3 shift.
You're seeing
one over in crates. Again, this is the squad that has a lot of momentum going for them. And the team that had momentum at the beginning of the day, because of this map specifically, was Hype. Was it maybe single-digit points since their 30-point start or 28-point start, whatever they had? They had such a good start here. Yeah, 33, and I think they're still in the 30s right now. Are they on like 38 or 39 or something? It's just starting to fall apart here for Hype. Fortunately for them, though, they're still in striking distance of Cloud9. Cloud9 did not have a great start, as G4 Dub running into Venerated on the bridge.
Ooh. Oh, and now it's Nito. Okay. Hang on. He doesn't know where he's getting shot from.
In the circle.
Get in the car. Get in the car.
Oh, God.
Run into your teammate. Knock over your teammate's vehicle and leave them to die. That wasn't very Nito of you.
That wasn't Nito. That was awesome. Holy moly. Simple flips it back over. He'll be okay. He's okay. He's up. He's out.
This is fine.
Venerated get away unscathed. But that was some Three Stooges stuff right there, man.
Somebody play the Benny Hill theme. Oh my goodness.
But yeah, they're making their way across the bridge. It was a good scout for them. They also got a nice low free kill, another military island team. But it's a pretty straightforward early game that they're playing it out. Venerated. It's definitely good to see them not trip over themselves at the very start, because remember, they are playing with that 1 game deficit.
I just got an update.
Squad on me.
Shout it out to the Rager. That's right. Squad on me was the squad that Slicky, Grimly, and the rest of the guys were second place. Like, can you believe that? Second place over in ESL 1 New York. That feels, 1, that feels so long ago, and 2, then that team like broke up right after that. But yeah, thank you to Rager for that historical update that I just couldn't remember off the top of my head. Appreciate that.
We have casted many hundreds of teams over the last year, D-Gun, to be fair. So I expect that will cut us maybe just a little bit of slack. We have had over 1 million entrants. Every time it has to be worse, God. You've done this to yourself.
Every time it's just terrible, and it's terrible.
I
love it.
Can Hype just like pick a compound and stay in it?
No,
because I feel that they just all took multiple shots of espresso and have so much energy, and they're just running in circles and trying to find some action and heart palpitations, and just everything is, I don't know, like they're constantly busybodies. Just find a place, chill out. This is only the first zone. Don't be so mobile. You can actually run into trouble that way.
Look, Cameron, are you giving them the actual good advice to just camp up a little bit? How dare you?
Someone's got to.
You tell
Someone
them
hears
that?
it. When I'm stuck with you two, someone's got to be a small little words of advice.
Someone has to be the sensible one. I see.
Yeah,
Right?
I get it. I don't like it, but I get it.
Here's Captain Spring. He's been a man that's bounced around multiple rosters, and you know, as disappointing these first couple games have been, I think for Wildcard, one, they have the possibility of popping off and finding a way back in this, and two, they've had one of the longest strings of success I've seen in a while, from the season 4, beginning of last year, into group stages, into World League, into Pro League, into World League. So they have an off day, it happens, but
yeah,
they're a team that now I can say has ascended into the tier 1 of North American teams, and with that has the benefit of the doubt in every round they play in. I think some teams you're like, yeah, they could pop off, but the likelihood is not. Whereas it's more surprising when they don't pop off. So if there's a game to be played and Wildcard's in it, you can still expect a 20 to 30 bomb, even though they would need like 2 30 bombs.
Those.
Yeah, they need 2 of those to win this, but
the chat has been clamoring for some end game, and they're gonna get it.
Okay.
A heaping load of it as Fame Boys just gets absolutely destroyed. Elise thinks about a rescue mission, and there's just one left up in that cluster. Oh, and nope, Fate gets taken down. Echoes behind a bush. 2 went down.
2 are down.
Yeah, Iron Sight and Diablo down. So it's up to Kato and Everfury to take down Elise. Elise has made these plays before. Now doing his best Beowulf impression. Kato with the push. Nade coming through. Be careful. Uses a tree. Great place to hide when nades are coming at you. Tries to get a peek. Not quite able to do it. Goes again. Nope. And there's the third one. And third time's the charm there. End game. Get themselves a clean wipe. And this, I might be wrong, but according to Pyra from Cloud9, who was in the chat in between the rounds, was saying, don't worry, Iron Sight. Don't worry, Endgame. I believe in you. You might be able to get your first kill. This might be their first couple of kills here in the tournament.
Look. As much as I was memeing them, I think they actually did have like 3 kills. Maybe. I think maybe they did. Maybe they had a kill.
Maybe it's Iron Sight. Maybe it's Iron Sight didn't have a kill.
Yeah.
So
no.
I think he was the one that got the first kill there, and
I think I may have debated
execute
chat
fall a little early.
Yeah, and look, for the record, chat, as much as we like meme on these teams at the bottom who aren't doing so well, we meme on them because we know they're excellent. We meme on them because we know they're champs. And if they're having a bit of an off day and we're poking a little bit of fun, I love how, and also like chat said, he's like, well, they're trying out new strats, probably. Come on, team. No, sometimes teams just have a bad day and we're going to josh around with them a little bit for it because we know these guys are excellent. And Digon, you talked about it. These guys have ascended now. They are one of the best squads in NA, and I love it when they can pull off plays like that. Like that 2v1, we're playing in third-person perspective. Technically, the player behind the tree has the advantage. They have full peekers advantage, or anti-peekers advantage, I guess it would be in PUBG Mobile. They know what's coming. So the only way to beat that is to have a better shot and put him in a position where he cannot shoot 2 players at once, and that's exactly what Wildcard did. They have the mechanics. They've just got to be able to put them into practice.
Yeah, and I think Elise had the opportunity to, wasn't quite able to. Yeah. So Iron Sight and the boys will continue to move on with a couple points in their coffers. And Iron Sight is a guy that we've been casting all 5 seasons for maybe not all 5 seasons, but since season 1. He was part of that hashtag sign confound squad.
And Beach and the boys, yeah.
Yeah, we had the ESL 1 board back in the studio that all the players signed, and that was one of my favorite rosters to cast of all time. So I'm giving Ironside a hard time, but he's great, and I was very excited to see this roster put together. And I think, unfortunately, with this slow start for Endgame, they might have taken themselves out of championship contention, but that doesn't prevent them from making plays like they just did against Execute.
They actually, speaking of Endgame, I am actually looking at the map. I'm actually a fan of what this circle has opened up for them. They just take the bridge across the Yasnaya, go through the fields, and take, I don't know what you call it in mobile, but you sometimes call it no car. There's actually a bunch of different names for the group of compounds southwest of Yasnaya, but they can go around there because that hardship towards the southeast, it's not awful for too many teams, but it does put a big sort of collection of teams in the same spot in the northwest. So this might be another similar situation to what we saw on Sanhok on the northeast of Quarry over here around Pachinki.
Yeah, there's our lobby leaders, Cloud9. Barely leading, but leading enough. And again, that's off of a chicken dinner. Was it like a third place or second place where they held so much control in game number 1? And then an unlucky Sanhok game. So we'll see how they bounce back here. For a stretch in the North American Pro League, before they had qualified for World League, Cloud9 had won, I think, 3 or 4 Erangels in a row and had placed in the top 3 for like 3 days in a row. That's like 9 games of Erangel where they were in the top 3. And it catapulted them into that World League spot that they now have and deserve. As Tempo Storm going to capitalize here. Leon, again, just getting too aggressive, getting caught out. I think Tempo thinks better of it. They're going to get a good position here to see if they can flush it out. They do see him. Survival on the edge. Will not be able to help out his comrade. And there it is, the finish by Spec. Leon gets taken down and hypes. First game woes continue as Tensa now gets pretty chunked. That was an opportunity for Survival. The armor chunked keeps him alive, and Survival's going to retreat back to the rest of his team. Tensa stays alive, and just a flesh wound for Daddy Tensa.
Yeah, I do. Obviously, Tempo doing a good job of securing that kill. I do like how Hype tried to find an opportunity to get a little bit of trade damage. Unfortunately, Survival wasn't able to get that full knock, but he's pulling away. He's not overcommitted onto this fight, and now they're in the compound. Tempo, HH24. This little peninsula is all right to attack, but the problem is third parties can spot it once they get too close, and if they stay here too long into this game, it could spell danger for them.
Yeah, here on the overlook, this can be a pretty rough spot if you're... Yeah, this is exactly what HH24 is doing. He's got his head on a swivel right now because they know they have Hype pinned. But they also are leaving themselves quite exposed. See this line they're setting? You can see it on your mini-map right now. And you see the one player on the end there. Every single time one of them is not shooting, they're just rotating. They're constantly making sure that they're looking behind them, not getting snuck up on. Take a look at the mini-map. This is exactly how you have to play this. Because at this high level... everybody's using audio cues. Every single person is listening for these gunshots. They know what's going on. And this is how you third party if a team is not expecting it.
Yeah.
Luckily for them, it is still in the early game, and so the third party danger isn't that much, which is why they're actually given the freedom to even just have a couple of players try and send these shots out. And Rain, he's gone an aggressive flank, actually getting up into the compound, and I think he's calling comms for the rest of Tempo to come join him in the vehicles.
Well, here we go. Tempo not afraid of these type of aggressive plays as, didn't pick up Tensa. I guess they're not going to pick up Tensa. Spec and HH going to take the long way around to make sure that PK can't be nosy and nose their way on in. And now we got ourselves a mid-range gunfight. Now we got ourselves a close-range gunfight.
Close range.
As HH, he's going to see if the entry's the way on in. Yes, it is. Survival. He's been dinked. He's a little low. We'll have to get healed on up. Rad buying time. Knows nades will come on through. Hiding under the stairs. And HH. Oh, yes. Trying to follow. What? Was that an accident? Where'd the nade go? Oh.
It's fine. It's right there.
Okay, it's fine. It's in his hand. Question mark. That one?
No. Come on.
You don't win the prize there. Try again. Hey! He gets it in there, and nice placement by Rad, right? I was wondering, why is he sitting right there? It's because the one that comes inside is more than enough, as Leo does get chunked. And look at the speed that Tempo Storm executes this move. Leo's down. Will he be able to get the kill? No, he won't. Rad goes down as well, and Hype down multiple members. Tempo Storm, so clinical, and the last kill comes on through. Rain from distance takes down Survival, and this is Tempo Storm at their finest.
Such a great push. Every single move that they did had purpose behind it. And yes, it's the early game. They were able to do this because no one was third partying them, but they still went step by step, like, as you said, clinical, didn't get a single casualty against them, picked up all of those kills themselves. Almost perfect usage of utility. Great to watch. Now they have the compound and 4 kills. So this is a great early game for Tempo.
Here's the circle shifting back towards Pachinki. And so Tempo is saying, you know, we started here. We don't mind holding this spot now. We know it like the back of our hand. Any lobby we go into, no one dares enter the Tempo realm of Pachinki. Except maybe Uneven right now, who's working his way to the southern part. Omen Elite doing the fatty rotation all the way around the eastern part of the zone. We'll probably enter the southeast there. And the best kept secret, we haven't really talked about them too much. Remember, Des had a fantastic opportunity to shoot Beowulf last time. Again, on the scent of Cloud9 for the second time, as Cloud9 in a pretty wide spread right now. Uneven and Perkasas pretty far out. Uneven in his very, very Paris-looking stripes.
I was going to say, he's feeling very French.
As Wildcard is just sending it right on in. They don't care about any rules, any clothing, uniform rules, regulations that are necessary. They roll right on into the compound that Cloud9 is in, and the 2 members of Cloud9 might be in trouble, except Acer runs himself over. Oh, God. And now Uneven in a 1v2 goes on up, able to get one, ducks underneath again. No! Oh, God, Enigma. Almost bundled that one through, but able to come up with the big play on Uneven. And now Perk gets shut down by Alucard. Alucard doing no favors for nobody, and you got heavy hitters all over the place. Wildcard taking down the first place member, and now Tribe all have to consolidate into this house because Tempo are shooting shots from distance.
Oh my goodness. God. Take every top team in North America, throw them in a blender, and that is the situation right now. They are all going back and forth. What started off as a little...
Kappa.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. But no, this is... Oh, Perk. Who gets your point, Perk? That's the question. He crawls out in the middle of no... Oh, he's in a bush. He's dropping all his gear just to be annoying.
I was moments away from complimenting C9's 2-2 split on their engagement in Tribe before Wildcard sent it. And that is the reason why you don't often see splits like that this far into the game, because you're at a disadvantage when you have a full team do exactly what Wildcard did, which is just send it into your compound. Yes, they knocked them. I think who is it? Acer knocked himself, but it didn't matter because they still had a 3 versus 2 advantage, and now they stole this essentially barn away from Cloud9. The other 2 members on the hill had to pull away. It was a bit sloppy of a drive-in by Wildcard, especially Acer, but it was still a good thought process because now they have control over an important compound with a field surrounding it.
I do want to note, though, like, the small mistake that Acer makes of just not even a small, just the mistake that Acer makes of like jumping out of the vehicle too early and dropping is the difference between having 4 members up for Wildcard to 3 members. Like, that's the kind of day that it feels like Wildcard is having today, where it's just something's going wrong and it's just kind of spiraling out of control.
They're at single digits before this game. Baby steps.
Okay.
I do agree. I agree. They're getting back into it. Though, hey, listen. Watch us, just disregard them and them have like a 50-point game on the final game.
Ooh.
It's not going to happen. But imagine. But what if?
Could you imagine? Oh, you see him. Memo, you didn't get the memo. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, they saw you too, Memo. As Kato, there it is. There's endgame. They're capitalizing points on the edge. Minwoo gets taken down.
And this is a very interesting, like these open fields here, these are so tough to navigate. Like these two sort of barns, like really on the edge, are that's like all the cover you have for miles around. It feels like. So even like both of these teams took a big risk even just try and take over those compounds. Obviously, we saw those risks were not without some sacrifice. But now they're gonna have a very interesting time if the circle does shift, and we'll get an eye on where it's shifting to here in just a bit. But also, Pittsburgh Knights, they've got all 4 members alive, which at this stage of this game is actually an accomplishment to be proud of.
Yeah, they're in a good spot, but Endgame, I think, actually has like 6 or 8 kills. They just eliminated Lazarus as well. So much as I was doing the memes earlier, they might actually be showing me and showing everyone else in the lobby that they could have a big game here. They're setting themselves up.
Tempo right now. They've let attackers get into Pachinki, and unfortunately, HH24 is down. A smoke does come out from Rain. Could try and get there, but here comes the push from Endgame. Not too good.
Trying to circumnavigate this here.
One Knights member is shooting at them, but it is still a wide wrapping rotation.
Yeah, G3 not quite able to land the shots there. Raven now the next one to take a peek. Can't see the rotation either, and Endgame able to get themselves where they want to go. It is outside the zone, so it will be a wide wrap rotation here for Endgame. But I think they're in a much better position to work their way on through to Pachinki and inside the zone before they have just that flat farmland area outside of Pachinki. Woof. This might be just a flatland kind of farmland finish here. As HH, he's got himself a great window to shoot through. Very tough for Kato to shoot back. And so, they're like, Tempo's here, guys. We know they're here. Let's not fight them.
So is Square One. Square One is down in the ditch as well. They are just on the outside of this. Tempo, it looked like they were in a great position against Endgame, but that's not when you factor in the fact that Square One is right behind them, and Izzy is making his presence felt. That's Rain getting shot in the back of the dome. And now HH24 is up on the roof going, maybe this wasn't my best decision ever.
Yeah, well,
as they now realize how close they are to being totally pinched, Egon.
That's because HH is doing his Spooky cosplay, because Spooky did that in the win on Sandhog. Just sat on top of that complex, daring anyone to shoot. Didn't find anyone. Here we go. Circle. You can see it. Everyone on edge right now except Tribe, G4, and C9. And they're the ones that are capitalizing on this center up circle. Omen Elite, Venerated, right next to each other. The Marksman still alive. Best kept secret. They've been quiet. They've been a secret. They have an opportunity to get on in, but they're going to face the brunt of Cloud9 in Beowulf, and Pyra still left alive. Accelerate. We haven't said their name all map long. They still have an opportunity, but they might be fodder for PK with an opportunity to the north, and this is going to get messy with Square One, Tempo, and Endgame all on the outside, all in Pachinki right now.
Endgame need to decide if they're going to stay or leave right now. Right, they're wish-washing, waffling back and forth in that decision. That's going to hurt them. But Tempo, they need to force this fight against Square One if they want to get any points, because I don't think they're going to survive once they're forced out into the field.
This is going to get interesting. All of these teams, I've talked about this idea, the game of chicken. Who is going to go first? Because if you are, well, it's a firing line. The teams that stay behind are going to shoot into you unless you can try. Okay.
I don't know what the heck happened.
I think he got shot in the...
You had to take the fight! Oh, Square One are going to get ran over by the power that is Tempo Storm. Ice has a little bit of time to get the revive. Spooky's a little low. Early peek around. Oh, Spooky's so scared. He saw his teammate got absolutely ramrodded. And now Spooky goes down as well. It's just Bobo the Clown left alive. He's upstairs. He's hiding in the attic. No. He's not scary at all. And Tempo Storm just wiped the floor with Square One.
Oh, heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for Square One. Just take the fight.
But
you realize it's some...
This is so good for Tempo, though, because they did it with enough time to spare to have a rotation that's away from the field. In fact, you can still see on the mini-map the little brown 9 driving around. Tensa's trying to find some place, and it's going to be a lot of action here, but that also might mean more kills.
Yeah, well, multiple members currently knocked right now for Omen Elite. Only one left alive. It's Juicy, Nico, Angry, both trying to crawl back to Juicy. Angry gets finished off. Zute gets finished off. Nico gets finished off. And it's because Juicy's died. Venerated take them all out, and Omen Elite are done in 11th place. Finally a parking spot for Tensa, but he immediately goes on to all fours. He's down. Egg Shakes 2-4. He's out, and Tempo's out in 10th. It's another kill for Venerated, the squad that had to sit a game out because they weren't able to get all 4 members in the lobby for game number 2 after a fantastic game number 1. Erangel seems to be Venerated's map, and maybe they can close the gap here. That would be absolutely crazy. But
playing your first game with only 3 members and then not playing the second and still being in this good of a position is just showing how good Venerated is. But Cameron, you made a point about the idea that Tempo still had time to rotate. You're 100% correct, but they chose to rotate all the way around. Every single person in the lobby knew where they were going. They had nowhere to stop. I think they needed to, it was a bridge too far. I think they needed to try and consolidate, go together as a group and go a little bit closer. Instead, they just got picked off one at a time, and you're only as weak as your weakest link, and that's not even a chain if those rungs are out all on their own. We're jumping back on board with Pittsburgh Knights. Degon, been a little quiet on them so far because they've been a little quiet in this game. Only 2 kills to their name, and they're staring down all 4 members of Best Kept Secret.
Yeah, but I don't mind it, right? It's only 26 alive. You got 4 up here. You're in the zone, so you don't even have to worry about that. Think about where Spring is. All these teams here in the South, they've got a long way to rotate to get on in and have to go uphill into Cloud9. Who, yes, Cloud9 in some smoke. And now Jagger trying to land the shots. Oh, now's not the time.
Nope.
Now's not the time to forget how to shoot, Jagger. He had the marksman's back to him. And that's what I love about this tournament. Doesn't matter who's in it. The marksman signed or not, they turned around. You missed, they're going to punish you. And the marksman slowing down Pittsburgh Knights for a little bit. As a game for winners, trying their best to get themselves on in. There's the king himself, King A, trying to push on up. Tribe trying to make themselves a couple of points into a contender. Oh, Spring runs over Snipe. Oh, Snipe's woes with vehicles continue. Spring himself probably freaking out, just randomly started driving straight, and it's chaos everywhere. Marksman up against Best Kept Secret. Slicky trying to find the nade of his life. Stays down, now has hard cover on his back because the vehicle has exploded, as Jag was not able to capitalize, J7 was not able to capitalize, and kills rotating all over the map. Jagger gatekeeping G4 now. G4 dub getting shot. They have the rock, but it's a long, long way uphill to get themselves into the zone. Paul, this is craziness as multiple teams have bowed out already. Best Kept Secret taken out. C9 still up. Are they still up? J7 with an answer right on back. Memo's still alive as Tribe still capitalizing points, and it looked like C9 were going to be out. This is classic C9. They had 2 members die early, and they're in the top 5 and still fragging out. Bayo just showed off why he's one of the best players in North America. Now the vehicle about to start exploding. Tribe has to move out of the way, and there's Jag. We talked about him. We talked with him earlier. He's like, you know what? It's only a couple seconds difference sometimes. He's actually realizing, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna hide. I'm just gonna hide. I got 2 first aids. I'm gonna get a point, and we're gonna play placement points here. What a crazy circle.
This is wild. And in game for winners, they've got 3 members up still alive, but Pittsburgh Knights, Cameron, they've got all 4 members left. Somehow they've been able to weather this storm, though I may have spoke. No, I haven't. Jag, no way. Hit a shot.
Yeah, he got a couple shots in there. He's able to take down one.
It's a moment maybe for the rest of the teams to capitalize on, but I tried so hard to follow along all that action the past couple of minutes. I couldn't do it. But that's fine. We're down to 3 right now. It is a little bit of game for winners for a couple of seconds because the Blue's going to take them, and Knights know that, and so they're just pushing down Cloud9. They're picking up all 35 bandages. Jagger, you don't need that many. More smokes out. They're just trying to zero in on Beowulf's position so they can take this win and reclaim the top spot for themselves.
God, this is the beauty. This is the strength of Cloud9. I'm running out of adjectives to describe Bayo and the rest of his squad. They had 2 members when there were 14 teams still alive, and they end up getting 2nd place placement points against the only other team that's chasing them right now. Like, yes, PK will take the lead here based off of the amount of kills they have, but it could have been so much worse for Cloud9, and somehow Bayo and Pyra, I think it was Pyra, find a way to just scrap by with points. So any of you youngins, any of you teams trying to figure out, like, man, how's Cloud9 doing it? It's always fragging or they're rotating early, whatever it is. It's just this grit and will to live that Beowulf embodies. And his whole team embodies. I feel like it's usually Perk, the one that's like the last man standing and surviving over the last couple days in the Pro League. And again,
Bayo.
they're able to do it as Bayo's just going to sit. He's
Why are
going to
you
bleed
first
out.
aiding? Just be saucy. Deny them the point. What are you doing?
I think he's using the first aid strictly because he's not 100% confident that there's not another snake in the lobby. He doesn't know how many teams
He knows
are
there's
left
two
up.
teams. He knows
No,
there's two
it doesn't
teams.
show. It doesn't
Oh,
show.
right,
when you're-
yeah. Okay. I thought he was keeping track of it. No, you're
It's
right.
possible there might be like
You just heard
80%, but it's not
Cameron saying that
100%.
He was trying to follow along with all the action, and he could keep along with it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, but they're pros. No, either way. Pittsburgh Knights.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a
that's going on.
lot.
That was a lot. Everyone was
That
on
was
this
a lot.
mountain. Look, even in the top 7, no one has more than 3 kills except Game for Win and Pittsburgh Knights and Tribe. Tribe has 4. But like all those teams that got the kills died early. It was really just a battle for survival. Because you saw, like Tempo Storm, they went in with the quickness. They're like, yeah, we're going to get in here while everyone's distracted. We're going to find a spot. And Tensa immediately gets out of the vehicle and just gets blown up. Like, it was just a volatile space to be in. And Cloud9 find their nook, and they stayed alive.
Yeah, speaking of the tempo thing for a quick moment, and I also want to reiterate what Paul was bringing up about that tempo rotate, is that they did send it a little too far. Like, there was that first, I forget who it was, but there was the team that had a member at that tree on like that first hill, and I do think that would have been a lot better of a position for tempo to send it towards, because then they can just maybe kill 1 or 2 people that are there, maybe die, because there's always that as the risk, but you have a better chance of survival other than just sending it as far as they did. And then also, if they were to win the fight, if there was one, take just a quick breath, try and find some information, and move on foot or potential vehicles from there.
Yeah.
But there was a lot to think about
In a short period.
Absolutely. I mean, that was bedlam. That was pure chaos. I think the thought process might have been like they knew Tribe was still in the buildings to their left, so they wanted to go around as far to the right as they could. But in either case, you're right. They just spread themselves out too thin. They got cut out. Our Xperia highlights are ready, though. Cameron, D-Gun, walk us through that last game. Again, ever since the first one, it feels like the action has been picking up, and this game certainly delivered.
Yeah. I was worried about the center circle making it a really, really slow start, and it did for a little bit. But, of course, when you start to look at Pachinki, you see the important compounds just like that barn building, and just like even control of the city like this. This push by Tempo was great. I mean, Square One made it kind of easy to them, if we're going to be honest. Square One, I think, were, as I mentioned, didn't make a full decision on whether they wanted to leave or not. It was like they were arguing amongst themselves, and Tempo Storm just took full advantage of it.
Boop. Not only did he get the run over there on Snipe, he also got the side wheelie there. And then over here, good attempt by Jack. I like the fact that he hid, was able to get himself the points. And, you know, not much of a highlight to close it out just because of how hectic and chaotic that rotation into, I think it was Circle 6. I think it was Zone 6. That was the one that was crazy. Yeah, that was just a hectic game. And again, it was 14 teams that were up when the 2 members of Cloud9 got pushed. So I don't know what to tell you, man. They always find a way. Bayo finds a way.
Bayo finds a way. Thank you guys so much for that Xperia highlight. Yes, you caught that reference. Take a short break, guys. Certainly I need it. But before we go to that break, I need to give a huge shout out to Xperia for joining us as the official mobile partner for here for the ESL Mobile Open with their Xperia One. I've been talking about this Xperia One all season. I got another one right here. I've got so many because I just love this phone so much. But the Xperia One Mark II is out. Now you can get your hands on the new and improved version. Still got that awesome 21:9 cinema wide display, 4K OLED screen. It's got this amazing feature that's beyond 60. It has the perception of being like beyond 60 frames per second, which of course we all know frames win games. So having these cool features built in for gamers, on top of things like having a headphone jack, being able to wirelessly charge, 5G compatible, definitely recommend you check out and look into this new Xperia 1 Mark II. And of course, if you want to get involved in Season 6, ! Sign up in the chat. That's the place where you can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, get involved. If you are a fan of PUBG Mobile and you live in North America and you're not competing in the ESL Mobile, what are you doing? What are you doing? Go sign up. Right now, signups are live. Go sign up. All right, do it. And while you're doing that, while you're tippity typing things into your search bars, so maybe also hit that ! Social in the chat. Go give us a follow over on Twitter and Instagram to make sure you're staying up to date with all things ESL Mobile Open. We are going to go to a short break now, however. So when we come back, it is our 5th and final game. Ladies and gents, it is time to crown ourselves a champion for Season 5. One more game left to determine who that will be. So stick around. We're going to find out.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 Finals. I'm your host, Paul and Verum Toddkill, and we are only one game away from crowning ourselves a champion. The team that's going to walk home with the prize money, the prestige, and that trophy that they can hold high and be proud knowing that they are our Season 5 champions over the hundreds of teams that signed up, the months of competition, the intense rounds of playoffs, and today, our 5 final games. It all comes down to this. D-Gon, welcome back to the show, sir. I know you're rip brand and ready to go. I heard you breaking up another carbonated beverage during the break, so tip top and ready to go. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, let's just make sure everyone knows it's not an adult carbonated beverage.
No, it's just a regular. It's a soda.
Soda.
It's a soda.
Yes, it's a pop.
Yeah. Hey, you got the Canadian term. Go there. I've learned to say soda over the last 2 years. It's been but that's not something we say in Canada. Anyway, Cameron, welcome back to the show as well.
Hi. Yeah.
Hi. How you doing?
Here.
What do they say?
Hi.
Pop or soda in New York?
Soda.
Soda.
Okay.
Dude.
I say soda. Like I live in North Carolina, in Texas, and New York. I've never heard anyone say pop in
Pop
real life.
is like a Midwest, northern
soda pop.
thing.
Or like
Yeah.
1930s. You know that then too.
Whoa.
You know,
Whoa.
not like not a no. It feels weird to me.
Why don't you have some pop with them there? Mobile
exactly. Thank
electronic game.
Just to get a
At
side of
least
some
it's
fries
not
and a
like-
pop. I mean, it's
It's not
Anyway,
that random
let's take a look
strip
at-
of like
take a look at
Oklahoma
the
that calls
leaderboards.
everything Coke.
Stop. Let's take a look at the leaderboards, team. Can we please, producer, save me? Say, ooh,
This is it.
PK.
This is it.
PK.
Square One had a terrible run at that one. I think they had the opportunity. Like, to me, Square One not fighting Tempo Storm in Pachinki after they got the first knock is the difference between a team that gets it and knows how to win a championship and a team that's still learning and will have a fantastic building block to do so. Like, that was great. Square One has shown up. They got themselves a chicken dinner. They put themselves in position. But that was a case where to be the best, you needed to beat the best on their turf. And as Cammy talked about, they kind of floundered a little bit compared to PK, who played slow. They played methodical. Paul touched on it. It was like, yeah, it feels like we haven't talked about PK that much. I was like, yeah, because they didn't need to go out there and do that at that point. They hadn't had an easily accessible opportunity to them, and the game came to them, and they found themselves a chicken dinner. And now they're on the precipice of finally realizing the potential that this team, this org, has had for such a long time. I will feel so good for Jagger if they're able to close this one out. But it's Cloud9. Bayo still found a way to do it. 1v like 20 whenever Pyra died. So I wouldn't put it past them. And then game for winners. How about them moving up in the standings? Just, again, finding ways to score points and stay consistent. When Omen Elite, they had 4 members up and 1 at a time. Those guys died in all the chaos when Tempo Storm started moving in, when Tribe was moving up. And I think Omen Elite could have been in this conversation. Unfortunately, weren't able to get everything right there.
And I think one of the things that's, it's been so interesting to me is the fact that Hype has only accumulated 9 more points since the very first game. They started off so strong and were not able to, maintain that Hype train. But the number I want to look at is it's 7 points. That's the difference between Cloud9 and Pittsburgh Knights. 8 points. Cloud9. I had one job. 8 points. 8 points between Pittsburgh Knights and Cloud9. That's the spread between these two top teams. It's 25 points between first and third. That's the difference right now. That one's right, I swear. So really, right now, the battle between Cloud9 and PK, Cameron, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I don't want to jump the gun on this, but we have seen this before in Battle Royales. It's a not impossible gap, but it's a notable gap between first and second place. But then the gap between second and third place, what was that? Like
25.
25?
Minus,
25
18.
between first and third.
18.
So it's like,
Yeah, close to
17,
20 points between second and third place. Do we want to
Yeah.
call it? Do we want to call the super aggressive, let's remove our opponent in the very beginning of the game maneuver
Let's
by
hot drop
Cloud9?
it, baby.
Let's go. All right, we're in the play. But look, we can theory craft about it for the next 30 seconds because we're going to find out soon. It's not the easiest map to hop drop on, though, because you kind of got some options on where you can go. This plane path is not as nice as the last one we saw, but we'll see what the players are going to be able to do. Degon, get us into Miramar.
Yep. Going east to west as time and the sunset does as well, because obviously time gets later as you go west. Never mind. Staying mostly in the southern part of the map. I don't think Cloud9 doesn't strike me as a team that's going to hot drop because they're a couple points down. I think there are a couple teams behind them that might do that. To be honest, I would love if #SignConfound, former Omen Elite, Team Homeless, Team Free Agent would do that. That'd be sick, because this might be one of the last times this team plays together. Wildcard did it because Wildcard just hasn't had anything going right today. Not anything, but just haven't had the day that they wanted. Tempo Storm did it because they're hyper aggressive and they could do that. But I think PK, Cloud9, and most of the unsigned teams are gonna take this one standard, and everyone else has the opportunity to play spoiler here for those two bells of the ball. But there can only be one champion of Season 5.
Cloud9, yeah, they're not taking it. It's true. Miramar is the hardest map of the 3 maps that we play in a Mobile Open to hot drop on. The ability to just drop just 180 your parachute and find somewhere else and find a vehicle and just make your way away from that danger is too much. In Cloud9, they didn't want to bother chasing the Knights, but that doesn't mean the Knights have an easy task ahead of them, because look at where they're dropping and look at where the circle is. All they need to do is sort of stay safe and play placement. That's exactly what they've been doing this entire day. They keep 4 up until they enter the end game, and then once they have a clear advantage in positioning and manpower is when they go big. And so I think this is actually, even though they don't have the circle, their game plan isn't bothered by this at all.
Yeah, I was taking a look. There are a couple of hot zones here on the map. You've got a ton of people to the east, a little bit south of Graveyard. Where is that? In Impala. There's 1, 2, 3 teams in there, and then you got 1, 2, 3 teams in Los Leones as well. I think Los Leones can support 3 teams in it, but 3 teams in Impala seems a little stressful for me.
Yeah, you're right about Los Leones. It's a little tight for 3 in Los Leones, but Impala is, I think, asking for more than 1 is asking a little much.
Yeah, they're going to be scraping together a loadout and trying to do as best as they can. Or I would imagine finding vehicles and looking to relocate the second they realize that they are in a hotly contested area. That's one of the things we've rarely seen so far today. We saw a little bit of it during the playoffs, but the idea that teams are just going to take these like very minimal equipped fights super early just to try and get these early kills. Most of the time there's been this level of respect, especially because there's a lot of scrims and there's a lot of, other little leagues that are going on in North America. So these teams have a pretty good idea of where their opponents are going to drop, which makes it a lot easier to get looted in this stage of the game. Again, it's a sort of idea. It's like, yeah, we're playing a battle royale, but we don't want to play that battle royale where you land, can't find a gun, and die, because that happens to me a lot, and I know it's no fun. Anyway.
Jeez.
Too much.
One thing for Square One that we were following along with for a little bit there was just the fact that they are one of the teams in Los Leones, which means you have 2 other teams, a bunch of points at your disposal. So Square One currently in 3rd place. If they were able to have a run, they would need that chicken dinner plus 15 kills at least. So you're probably looking at chicken dinner plus 20 kills, probably. Hoping that Cloud9 does not have a big day. There's our boy Koto and Endgame. They had a pretty good round in that last one. They were active. They picked up at least 8 kills. We didn't quite get to see how everything turned out in that mad scramble up the hill in Circle 6, but some good confidence boosting here for this team. Even though they're bets, everyone still runs off of confidence, and after 8 points, 7 points after 3 maps, they definitely need a little boost, and they got one in that last one.
Let's hope. See what they can do this time around. So their rotations are a little better because I have some thoughts on their decision to go to Pachinki in the late game. But we're not gonna stick there. We're not gonna stay there. Hype here. They're in a very, very familiar building, if it's not the full compound from their last Miramar match.
Different compound.
Different compound.
Different compound. But that building was the same one that was involved in their previous engagement with, who is that against? Square One?
Yeah, that was when Square One was like, hey, we're here to play. We don't care that you got the original chicken dinner. By the way, can you hurry up and die and give us your meds? Oh, you have no meds.
Oh, wait.
That was pretty funny. Oh, wait. Maybe you died so easily to those bullets because you had no HP because you had no... how did you... Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Like a glove.
Literally, Juicy's wheel was in Zute's driver window. He was like right in his face. But they were able to get it out. And this is the teamwork that we love to see from hashtag signed confound, hashtag team free agent.
Yes. The homeless lads.
The homeless lads.
Yes.
As Nico able to get sniped down, and the marksman. They had a couple moments in this tournament. Oh, is that a Winchester kill from Karma?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Degon is all about it. He's Winnie for life.
Yeah. Shout outs to our boy, Mustache Dave. Spooky hitting him back. What? This is so goofy. He must have an 8x there. That is crazy. That is crazy between these two guys. What the heck?
We're
the thing is, it's not really going to amount to much, is the problem. No. Like, they're not going to secure any of those downs. Yeah, it's damage, it's attrition. But really, it's just kind of memeing at each other is honestly what it is in the early game.
Sending a signal here.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's a helmet gone. It's not nothing, but...
Yeah.
Maru is not waiting for his teammates, and Karma wants payback, baby. I
was actually wondering what sort of hair was that disgusting mullet, but no, it's a lion head. That actually makes more sense. Hard to tell from the back, but here's Slicky. Wildcard, they're actually going big in the other game too, getting a kill for themselves against Tribe. Trying to drive off in the distance. It's ambitious shots, but hey, you gotta take them, right?
Yeah, Tribe currently sitting in, I believe, 8th place right now. Bottom of the first half of the leaderboard. Better the first half than where Wildcard is in the second half. Wildcard just not having the day that we've been used to seeing him. And maybe this is the time where Wildcard get equalized and slow down. Maybe it's just a bad day. Not exactly sure. Is King A getting taken down on his rotation. And the King, he's had a rough go. He made the roster swap at the beginning of the year, was part of Omen Elite, then found himself free agent, locked down a spot here in Tribe. But Tribe just has not been able to get it going. They were close in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas, almost made it to World League. I believe they finished in 9th place, one spot outside of the top 8, which are the ones that went to Worlds. They missed out against our current leaders in ESL Mobile Open, Pittsburgh Knights. They got 8th. They are at World League, and they're looking like the team in the ascendancy. But Tribe just had some difficulty, and it's all up to our boy Alucard to survive.
It is indeed. I mean, out of the frying pan into the fire. And speaking of fire, Wildcard been doing a little work there, taking shots at Tempo this time. And Tempo, who we saw be the aggressors in the CQB last time around, are now going to be aggressed upon as Acer is coming on in. He's got the nade cocked, and see if he can do the cooking just as well as the folks he's trying to take on down, throwing it through. Can he get the shots? Yes, he does. Big old shoulder peek, finds it right here, and now Tense is tensing up right now, trying to get the shots as he can. He's going to try and trade out against Enigma. Is able to find it. Enigma needed to not go so hard right there. They know they have this wipe. They know they've got these kills. Ooh. They just needed to be a little bit smarter about it, Degon, because now they've lost one member. I'm going to call it unnecessarily.
Yeah, maybe a bit aggressive. They didn't know exactly which compound Tense it could be in. But Enigma, the first to fall, but Wildcard, they've got 5 kills to their name to kick things off.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about already losing one player for a couple of kills, whether it's good or bad. I think losing one player for 5 kills, that's a pretty good trade. Now, wildcard, they would prefer to have all 4 up because this is the game that they're trying to go big in, and I mean, that's why they have 5 kills, is because they're just trying to get as good of a game as possible. But ultimately, like, those 5 kills, I think, is definitely a good start. They just need to, I think at this point, slow it down a little bit, focus a little more on placements over kills, especially because, well, the circle is closing. They're going to get a little closer to third-party potential. Chill it out.
Game 5, wildcard waking up. I like to see it. But this is the team. One of the teams we've really got to keep our eyes on. This is our front runner, Degon. Pittsburgh Knights, a team, again, we gave a little bit of heat.
Ugh, like I hate even saying that. Our front runner, Pittsburgh Knights, just because how many times have they been in this position, Paul, and they just, something goes wrong. They go quietly into the night rather than
do not go quietly into this good night. Yeah, exactly.
But they're in position to do so. Again, it's a 2-team race unless somehow both these teams don't get any kills and both go out early. That'd be the only way, and then maybe Square One has an opportunity to score some points and make some noise here. But yeah, Pittsburgh Knights, they've done the hard work. They've been able to outsmart Cloud9 for 4 maps. 1 more is all it takes, and we might have ourselves yet another champion of the Mobile Open, or we might have our first repeat champion. As again, Cloud9, they won the very first one while they were playing under the moniker Misfits in Season 1, the original champs. They move over to Cloud9 as an organization, and they've just been dominant since, but they have not been able to seal the deal and find another championship.
Russell. Can't really land those shots, but hey, good attempt. I only just now realized that Knights went all the way up the north side instead of taking that south direction. I think part of that's just because of the plane path, making it so there is likely more players on the south already, and so they just want to make sure that they don't run into any action at all. They're just watching the kill feed, hoping that Cloud9 go out, and they're hoping to see Cloud9 on the right side of the kill feed instead of the left.
This is messy. Starting to get a little close. Omen Elite.
Oh boy.
Are getting squished by Laz and the marksman. Cloud9 started to take some pot shots as well. They're getting close to game for win. And game for win, Maro's taking an aggressive position. He moved up to the front of that complex so that they could look back at Cloud9, and C9 recognized that. They're going to rotate away and live to fight another day.
Well, I like that it rhymed.
On
purpose. A lot, Degon. On purpose. Play zone. Elise, what?
I think Elise did not connect.
One of the crash. Yeah.
Unfortunate.
But one of the things I want to really point out, and Cameron, I'm sure you can follow up on this, is how stacked the center of this circle is. Like, nobody wanted to be caught on the outside. Everybody wanted to get right into the very middle, post up in a little compound, get what little bit of cover they could find. And we're really seeing that right now. Well, I can't even tell who is where because of how stacked all these players are.
Well, just look at what's to the west of Omen, what's to the left of Marksman, and like above Los Leones. It's almost an entire C shape of essentially wide openness. You don't want to be caught there. That whole road going northeast of Mercado especially, we call it the Death Valley because it's so wide open and dangerous outside of the one compound that's hidden there. So that's why the right side does have a little more favoritism. And if this shifts hard west a second time, this could be maybe a very exciting game, but I don't think any of these teams want that. I think honestly we're looking at where the teams are stacked up at outside of the lack of teams in the north, excluding the Knights. It's kind of the only places that you can confidently, safely play.
Yeah, I just taking a look at this a little bit more zoomed in terms of the map. Execute, just trying to find a place to call home. Square One right in the middle of the road of La Bendita and Minas Generales. And it's just teams kind of jostling for position. They could accidentally headed to the wrong neighborhood. But I think every team has found their spot now. Game for winners. They're going to hold. They did send Zombie over to try and spy onto Cloud9. And then they have, and then Square One has Spooky right now just taking those shots exactly at Execute. That's what I was saying. Execute trying to find where they can call home.
I'm just watching the Knights and where they're moving at. I'm a little confused.
They're about to move right on to Cloud9. Oh my
yeah,
god.
I mean, of all the teams as well, that could actually be good for them. If they wipe Cloud9, it's great. But if they feed Cloud9 the first 4 points of the 8 that they need, that's a little weird. But luckily, it seems that they are stopping. Now that they're in the circle, they're taking a breath. They're scouting ahead of themselves, and they're gonna start to take it slower and slower.
This is huge. Hopefully slowing it down just a little bit here, because again, these are the two teams really that are vying for this #1 spot. If one of them was to take the other one down right away, that would basically be it right here, right there. I mean, it might be the first team or the second team taken out of the lobby, but it would basically be the decider here for the entire tournament. So for the sake of our storylines, I kind of hope they don't, but maybe that's me just being a little selfish as a caster. But I think that would be interesting. Is he gonna hit these shots? Definitely not. Waiting to use that for like 3 games, buddy. Deliver. Come on.
Jeez. Yeah, Jag scouting that one out early for Accelerate. Spotted out the members and was able to get himself back to safety. I thought that was a little too far spread out, but no punish there by score 1. And I think we're feeling comfy where we're at. Everyone just kind of bundle up, hang out with your favorite fuel canister, and call it a day. Lay on your belly.
Listen,
get off.
I understand it's the final game and everyone's super nervous. They don't want to drop any lower than they already are. First place is really a 2-horse race at this point. I think we can all agree. But I'm a little disappointed that this sort of tentativeness, it's reading a lot from a lot of these teams as playing to not lose. And that's exactly how you slip further and further down because, I mean, position, bragging rights, prize money is relevant for every single end scoreboard position. So I hope that on the next phase, once we see where the circle goes, teams execute on maneuvers, execute on engagements to start to actually properly thin out the competition.
That's right. 12K, around 12K, a little over 12K for first place. 6K, a little over 6K for second place, and a little over 4K for third place. So big drop off for first and second. Again, both those top 2 teams playing it super slow, being careful, and again, it's just fun to watch this map and see how close PK are getting to Cloud9. As I think Game for Winners finally have given up on the aggro mission here. Zombie, he's getting the information, sees Cloud9 rotating away. Does not know it's Cloud9 yet, right? They haven't shot at each other. Yeah. There's been no knocks. So he's like, hey, here's the team that's rotating. Let's get information. Game for Winners, formerly known as Extreme Slayers, changing their name before their appearance here in the finals is, Captain Zute knocked early. He's by himself. No follow-up. And that's how Zute's run here in the Mobile Open will end.
Is it better than Death, though?
Yeah.
As Uneven just going to go down, though. Hang on. Keep an eye on Omen, and we will keep an eye on the situation with C9. They're sort of not playing quite as hard of a 3-1 as we've seen some teams do. One player off more being a scout, and the rest of the 3 stacking up. They work quite spread right now, but I'm not sure that down is going to be able to be confirmed here. I think Uneven's going to be okay. I think they're going to be able to rescue him.
This is really good by Cloud9. They're not only going back to revive their teammate because they obviously want strength in numbers to get some kills. Ooh, okay, this is an interesting push. Same colors. I thought there was teammates for a second there.
More importantly, you hit him with the double.
Yeah, that's true. But not only are Cloud9 getting the revive on their teammate, they're also going to where they know action is so they can start to get those kills because they have 0 right now. So they can start to get those points.
Zombie's got a nice, vantage point right there. And Bayo spotted him. He's going to sprint it on in. There it is. Oh, Bayo realizes he can't get the revive. That might be Uneven done. Will he use the motorcycle to send it in? No, he's sending it away. And Uneven goes down, and Cloud9 down a big fragger. All of them big fraggers, but Uneven, normally known for making those types of plays. And it might be time for the Knights. Get your black and yellow ready in the lobby, guys. It is celebration time on the cusp here. Karma's still with this Winchester. I love it.
He might hit something.
No. He's trying. He's trying, though.
He's trying.
I mean,
okay.
Why not, right?
There's an... Oh, hang on.
by the way. I absolutely hate that compound that he's looking at.
Why do you hate it, Cameron?
It's there are some things in other versions of PUBG that work a little differently. So it's not incredibly relevant to mobile, but I still just have a Pavlovian response to that compound.
Gotcha. You hear the bell ringing?
Yeah. It's just full of rage and frustration. But J7, they're feeling good, though. They saw that Cloud9 in the kill feed. It's like, this is great. Good start. I mean, it's not the full squad wipe, but it only means that they're going to be down a man when they get into an engagement, which makes it difficult for them to get points.
That's pretty fun.
Game for winners. Like, J7, he's out by himself. His team is... Okay, there they are. He's not... Okay. He's not too far away from them. I don't mind this position, and actually now the teammates are all grouping up because he might have spotted Game for Winners. And if they want to execute on this, I hope they don't do a full send into them. Maybe just take the high ground of this hill and get a tag or two, maybe a knock, and confirm those kills. But they don't... I hope that they're not so confident in their lead that they'll end up overextending and giving this entire game away.
Oh boy. I don't want to get the hopes up, but here we go. PK, they've been on the follow, and there it is. They get themselves a point to extend that lead. Zombie, who was just holding that area for such a long time there for Game for Winners, plus got the kill onto Uneven. Yeah, just now getting caught out. He was the one getting spied upon, and it just happened so quickly, and PK just right spot, right time, capitalize on it.
And that's huge because you know, if you're PK and you saw Uneven pop up in the kill feed, you're like, oh yes, Cameron, that's you pointed it out. You want to see them on the right side of that kill feed, and that's what happens. Yep. So now they're going to try and play a little bit more aggressive potentially, or a little safer. It's going to be one or the other. They're either going to commit, like, wait a second, no, we're going to try and go for these kills. We're going to really try and confirm this lead, or they go C9's on the back step. We just need to play safe. It's going to be one or the other. And given how safe we've seen PK play in these past few games, we commented on it, how little we saw them in the action, at least up until the late game. I think they're probably going to play this a little bit more conservatively. And this time around, that might be the right call.
Trying to figure out my mental framing of where this next circle has gone. It's definitely gone towards the southeast, and there's a lot of field into this one, which might mean that a couple of these teams perhaps wishing that they went a little more aggro a little earlier, because playable area has thinned out a lot more, I think, than you would expect on the phase 3 to phase 4 shift.
Yeah, I got a quick look at the map. PK has rotated straight towards Cloud9, and then they I don't know if they know that's Cloud9, but they rotated the same way Cloud9 did. I think they've got to know, right? Because you saw G4 Dub rotate that way, or
we feel like
kill
we have to
Uneven,
spectate Cloud9. We have to spectate Cloud9. Like these are the two teams that are on the cusp right now. These are the teams that we've really got to be keeping our eyes out for. As much as there might be some other action, it's Pittsburgh Knights and Cloud9. They are passing like two ships in the night right now. They're so close and yet so far. And if they go on through, oh my goodness, Degon, Cameron, this is so close. Pyra's taking some shots. Can he connect onto Raven? Nevermore. Okay, he's able to get himself out.
Wait, no, Bale's on the other side. Bale's on the other angle too, and there it is. Raven had to get out. He has no HP. He gets taken down by Pyra. And so those are points. If you're PK, you got to wonder, like, do we go for this or do we just leave Raven? And G3 is going to stop, think about it. It does look like Jagger is in that area. He pops in his vehicle. He's going to send it. They're going to try to go for the revive onto Raven. Oh, boy.
Ambitious call.
I mean, not a lot of hesitation.
No, and that's actually good. They're able to get there immediately. In Cloud9, they can't commit onto it either because they're not in the circle, and the blue is coming in. So the Knights are using that to their advantage in order to get the revive, and a couple of shots, actually. Good spot out from the Knights as well to not let Cloud9 get out of this for free, but still, the blue is... They're going to be fighting in the blue the next couple of moments, and Venerated, they have an angle onto the rotating Knights as well.
Yeah, it does look like there's a little bit of space that PK could sneak their way on through, but Venerated already taking shots. You can see this vantage point. This is going to be so hard to try and shoot back at them. Omen Elite getting blown up in a vehicle. Nico gone down. I think there's one member still alive there for Omen Elite. But PK, they found themselves a rock, and we'll hang tight for a little bit. Now Perkasauce getting shot. Cloud9 are just getting bullied. Who is that shooting right at them? I believe that's Game for Winners. They might be sealing the deal here for Pittsburgh Knights. As Pyra goes down, one member left alive. Bayo's already been taken out, and someone is pushing up. That's it. It's a nade from Karma. And now Cloud9 is out. This is Pittsburgh Knights' game to win here, unless some miracle happens and Square One is able to capture like what 20, what do we say, 22 kills or something like that. Holy
25.
moly. Well, Square One's still alive.
Yeah.
And Pittsburgh Knights not in the greatest spot, plus Venerated very much still gatekeeping them outside of the massive red rock as Accelerate, Hype. You can see them there in the zone. And if we could just take a quick look at the map, Square One has Lazarus, they had Omen Elite, Tribe, and Wildcard all being gate kept by Square One. So Square One has some points that are possible here. You can see Lazarus there, but then look at Slicky. Slicky and the boys. Alucard's probably dead. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible points that you can pick up and then rotate your way on in to a very clear side of the zone. However, it's pretty flat. So I don't know where they're going to find a cover to play through. And they're going to have to hope that PK and Venerated are sleeping.
And that's the big problem, is that, yes, there are kills potential on the west side, but they're not in the circle themselves either. And so this could be a very similar situation to their standoff with Hype, where they're kind of just waiting for the blue to make a decision, and once that happens, you've already lost.
PK being able to get in just a little bit quicker. The Raven is going down, able to take this giant spur of rock in the middle. They are sharing this real estate a little bit, but it's given them the high ground. It's given them the advantage. And in this massive open plain, they have, look at this. They have so many options. Yes, Venerated is on the other side, going to be gatekeeping over in that area, but they are doing so much. Unfortunately, Square One is out in no man's land, and they have so much ground to make up, and it's not easy to do when your teammates are getting picked off at range. Bobo and crew, they've got to make something happen, D-Gun.
Yeah, Spooky got left for dead as Lolo and Lazarus just move on in methodically and slow down Square One. I don't know if Square One did the math and realized, hey, we're in third place. We have a shot at it. I don't know if they did, because if they did, they would be focused on picking up kills here and try to have more than one kill right now. Yes, the chicken dinner is necessary, but kills are as well. You have to, I feel like you got to start with the kills, and if you happen to get the chicken dinner, then you happen to get that. As J7 trying to get cover down there. Again, holding the rock. They got a lot of cover. Jay's behind them. Oh, no, Jay got dealt with, so Jay is dead. He had the AWM shot earlier. Jagger falls because Everfury is able to pick him off. Ice and Bobo trying their best to stay alive here. Still just one kill for this Square One squad as Lolo gets taken out by the zone. Lazarus, still a couple guys alive trying to work their way on in.
And it would
how
take
open this is.
Yeah.
They're just sitting ducks at this point. They already lost 2 members. They got 2 kills, sure, but everyone's shooting at them, and where can they even move? The minute they hop, that vehicle's not even working anymore. But even if it were, they'd just be driving straight into death.
Yeah, it's Wildcard shooting from the south up towards Square One. You saw it on the map, and now J7 taking a couple opportunities to shoot at Endgame and basically trying to bait Endgame into this fight uphill. One thing that'll help, cooked nades thrown on up. It does look like the rest of Endgame are going to come and join this fight. It is a 2v4, but the rock counts as like 4 people. So it's like a 6v4 right now in favor of PK. As J7 and Jagger, this long-standing member, hasn't found success in such a long time. This team is made to international events with different iterations of this roster, but Jagger still, with this squad, very close on the cusp of getting his name etched into the trophy for the Season 5 of Mobile Open.
The annals of history. Yes, indeed. And Square One, I don't think is going to be the team to necessarily contest them here. The heel strat for Ice ain't going to be it. Oh, maybe it is. Did get an additional bit of placement, but it's just not going to be enough. The fact that PK survived, they needed to go out in like 10th place. This is looking really good for Pittsburgh Knights right now. They were able to take down or help to take down. Oh, the nade!
Oh, that was a great nade. And yeah, what are you doing, Jay? You can't go back to that same spot. Diablo threw it perfectly, and Jagger caught it with his teeth. Now he's no teeth Jagger. He'll get revived on up there for a second. As Endgame, I think they ran out of nades. They're focusing on other people around the map. Rad still alive over in the top corner. Accelerate as well, hanging out. But this is just more of a party for PK.
Wait, J7, please drop one of your med kits. for Jagger there.
Nah, Jagger.
Your homeboy was on just 20 bandages and 0 med.
Yeah, he's got bandages. He's got bandages.
But he's got 6 first aid kits. Drop one for your teammate. Look at that.
I'm sensing some past trauma here, Cameron. We'll touch on it later. Let's get back to the action, though, because Endgame is still up and in this. I mean, the team that came into this in not a great position, all things considered, are showing, you know, why they're a team that has been recognized in NA. This is a squad of veterans. They made it to the playoffs for a reason.
Oh. Rad, shoot him. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Kato able to get
Rad.
that one. Shots through the window, though, coming through from Accelerate, as Maniac and Jag were able to get a couple shots into the back of Kato. The forced rotation is going to put people, you saw that wide shot, everyone basically in the open. So get your one player that's going to heal strat up. He has all the med kits. Everybody else try to use each other for cover and shoot the guys before they shoot you. 0 kills for Accelerate, 4 for PK, as they're edging on in ever so slowly. Venerated in a pretty good spot. They're still in the zone. Jagger has found a spot. When he crouches, it pushes him down. Is this how we're gonna win the championship, Jagger? Sliding off the rock? No, it's not. There we go.
When they told me to have the moves like Jagger, that's not what I thought they meant. I'm gonna be honest.
He was moonwalking with his belly.
Yes. Now we're seeing Accelerate. There's so many teams that still have all 4 members alive. This is actually wild. Venerated, Accelerate, Endgame. Like, we're looking at the 14 alive, and that's 4 teams with 14 alive. That's actually pretty nuts. We've very rarely seen games that have ended with this many stacked squads. Normally, that's been a lot more fragmented. But Cameron, this is going to make it interesting, because this is where the team play, the comms, they need to be so crisp. They need to be so tight, because you are dealing with coordinated entities on the other side.
Yeah.
If you put yourself out of position at all, you will be punished. Like J7.
Endgame, they're trying to cut off almost 2 different sides. Ooh,
That's it.
Yep, that's gonna be the nights out, but it's still a great run, a great series for them. But Accelerate, they're taking the initiative. They're trying to go towards Endgame.
Oh god, Endgame.
That's Venerated out.
And that's Venerated out. Endgame, they might be coming up with the win here, unless our interviewee, Jag, and the rest of Accelerate able to capitalize on this one. They do have a couple knocks now. Everfury still alive. The door can be shot down. Sin trying to do the last kill here onto Everfury, as Diablo still up top. Everfury with the running shot. What is Maniac doing? No, Maniac not paying attention. He goes down, and now Endgame the one on the aggressive front. It's a 2v2. Revive on the way. Everfury stays alive for a little bit longer. And now Sin going 1v1 against Diablo. Diablo wins the gunfight, and now it's just Jag. He tries to close the door, and it's Endgame that finds the final victory here in the Season 5 Mobile Open PUBG battle. Holy moly, that's how it closed one out.
Yes, but Degon, I think we know who our champions are after that fantastic 4th place finish. It is Pittsburgh Knights. They did the damage. They knew what they needed to do. They took down the team that could contest them. And after all that, they are our Season 5 champions. You didn't want to believe, Degon. You didn't want to get your hopes up. The PK did it. They were able to get it done.
I didn't, because, you know, you always feel for them as a team, as an org, and finally they're able to do it. And there's something to be said. No drama here, right? I'm not starting any PUBG Mobile drama, but they did it without 2 of their heavy hitters in the form of Carnage and Sixless, who just recently joined the rosters for World League. They bring a ton of experience, a ton of fragging power, but this is the roster that started off the year, and they find a way to close it out. And congratulations to Pittsburgh Knights. It's great to see their growth. It's great to see them be able to capitalize on said growth and cap off a fantastic Season 5.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. It is fantastic to see this team perform at the level we know they can. Cameron, Degon, walk us through our Xperia highlights from game number 5. That one was all over the place. The team play and coordination was a huge component of it, but at the end, the gunplay was a must.
Yeah, this was definitely a good start for Wildcard. Excited to see at least a couple of these teams try and make as big of a game as they could out of it, which required risks. That risk led to Enigma going down early, unfortunately. But just a lot of just hard, rough engagements here for a couple of the different teams. I mean, whenever you see a shotgun kill, especially past the early game, it's always enjoyable.
Yeah, and then a little bit of slower burn here once J7 and the rest of PK found the big red rock to hide behind for a long time. But how about this for an ending? You know, for a start and a finish that was slightly disappointing, I think, for Endgame, to cap it off with the win. You know, giving Ironside a tough time, giving Everfury a tough time, Grimly showing up on the roster and having himself a game, and then Diablo getting that last kill. That feels really cool for them, and Kato as well. I want to get that whole roster listed out there because these are guys that have participated in multiple different iterations of different teams. They find themselves a chicken dinner and cap off a solid Season 5 as well.
Absolutely.
Just the way that Everfury handled the very, like, just guarding his teammates while the revivers coming through at the end game was really, really good. And it's unfortunate that we didn't see amazing play like that up until the final game. But it should still be a proud moment for them for taking the win home.
For sure. And I think, you know, again, guys, thank you so much for those Xperia highlights. But again, I think for a lot of us watching and who had expectations for some of these teams who ended lower off on the day, I think we need to remember this is only 5 games. There's a reason that PUBG Mobile is played over so many games, over multiple days. We did 8 for the playoffs, more for the Pro League, etc. And that's because, you know, some days a team might not be, you know, just quite firing on all cylinders. But Cameron, talk to us about the idea of like keeping the mental together, especially if you're a team that's going to be competing in more events going forward. Can you let one day like this really throw you off?
No, I mean, if you need to be able to take those resets, and it's the best teams are able to reset from one game onto the next, but sometimes even for the top teams, if there's a particularly rough day, you just hope that you're able to reset for the day immediately after. We've seen tournaments where a team has had an awful day in the middle of the event and then just come out swinging on the final day. So as long as you're able to get those mental resets and get into the zone, because with Battle Royales, there are a lot of things that you can't control. There are a lot of things that no player in the lobby can control. It's all about making the best of the situation that you find yourself in, whether that's a good situation to make better or a bad situation to make not as bad. You gotta just try and stay in a more neutral headspace.
I'm going to agree. I think it's all about being able to find the reset, continue to play at your level. Don't let one bad day bring you down. But for the teams that have done so well today, congratulations to them. Before we finish things up, before we wrap everything up today, maybe try and get an interview with our winners, I got to give some shout outs. I got to give a huge shout out, in fact, to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, I am talking about AT&T, supporting the grassroots of mobile esports, allowing these teams to develop, to flourish over months and now a year and a half of competition. Season 5, I cannot believe it. 5 amazing seasons of mobile action, all made possible by the support of AT&T. So thank you very much. And of course, I need to shout out Xperia, our official mobile partner of the ESL Mobile Open, with their Xperia 1, and now with the Xperia 1 Mark II out, and you can get your hands on it. I've been talking about the features of this phone. I've got multiple on hand to talk about how great I've been enjoying the Xperia 1, and the Xperia 1 Mark II has just been building upon that. Better processor, better battery, you know, has that headphone jack. It's wireless charging capable. It's got that 5G capability as well. All the things that you want in a next-gen phone, it has. So definitely recommend you check that out. But lads, let's have another discussion here, because we've been talking about the teams that have done well. We're talking about the teams that have not done so well. But let's see how it all stacked up. Let's take a look at our final leaderboards with everything shaken out, with all the points allocated. That is our top 3, but it is Pittsburgh Knights by 20 points. They were able to secure that win.
Yeah, it was the stakes were set. Cloud9 had to have a big game, and they just got camped isn't the right word, but their rotations did not pay off this time, and they ran into blinded by win. They ran into game for winners multiple times, and game for winners all the way up in 4th. Like, how about that for Square One and game for winners as well? Making a name for themselves here in the Season 5 Mobile Open. And Hype, we harped on them after their first game. Their next 3 games weren't that great. Back over on Miramar, though, get themselves some points and cap it off in the top 5. Accelerate, team venerated, and after a dominant performance on the final map, Endgame get themselves into the top half.
And this is a lot of different teams than I expect them to end up. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
The way these games started out, I'm looking, I'm like, wait a second, like,
Where's
we've got
Wild
Tribe
Card?
and
Where's
Tempo and Lazarus
Where's
and
Tempo? Look at all
Wild
these
Card.
teams that were in the Pro League for Pro League Americas. They're on the right side.
They are. Square One, Game for Winners, Hype, Accelerate, Team Venerated. These are all these like awesome unsigned squads that are now pushing the pace here in North America, going up against teams competing in the World League, representing the West on the World stage, representing NA on the world stage. And yeah, you can say, oh, you know, they've been playing all weekend and they got to come in and you can talk about it, but still, that's a lot of prize money is still on the line. That's still pride on the line. You know, these teams were coming to play today. So it makes me very happy and excited about the upcoming crop of North American talent that is going into these teams. That's exciting, Cameron.
Yeah. And there is something to be said about having consistently playing means that you're better. I was actually more worried for the teams that weren't in PMWL, PMPL coming into this, because I don't exactly know how many opportunities these teams would be able to continue to play and actually feel warm and be warmed up. But as you mentioned, if you're not Knights or Cloud9 in first and second, then you are on the right side as far as teams coming from PMPL and PMWL, which is shocking, surprising, maybe one
exciting.
or two.
Yeah,
Not like 4 or 5.
There you go. Quite a few. But in any case, I have got word in my ear that we have an interview with the winner, Pittsburgh Knights, able to make it happen here. And I'm very excited to, hello. How's it? How are you feeling, sir? You just won season 5 of the ESL Mobile Open. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's really hard getting up to here at this point, but we made it. So that's what's been really
Can't
happy.
hear you, Jagger.
What has made me happy. Oh, it's my mic. Hello? Can you hear me? You can hear me? Okay. So, yeah, it's been a ride. We won. We got the interview, and I'm doing the interview. I'm pretty happy about it. Yeah. Sorry if it's a bit laggy.
Nah, don't worry about it being laggy, dude. This is so sick, and you know we've been following you for such a long time. You know, you're one of the OGs of this team. Like, what does it mean to you getting this win and doing it on the team that you've been on for such a long time with PK?
It feels so good just to accomplish this. You know, getting a win is a lot more satisfying than getting second place. And you know, those other teams, all the other previous ESLs, we kind of had our ups and downs, but this time we pulled through and got our first place.
So speaking of having those ups and downs and maybe not having the confidence to come in, when you entered the last game, you had what did we say it was, like an 8-point lead? What was your sort of thought process behind that? And then especially when you hit the end game, you started to, or the mid game perhaps, and you started to see Cloud9 in the kill feed a little bit. What was that like? How did that adjust your approach to the game itself? Assuming that you even took Cloud9 into consideration, because that might not even be true. Did you?
Yes, we did. We were like, okay, C9 has to die, and we have the potential of winning along with Hype. And whenever Raven ends up getting knocked by Bayo from like while we were rotating, and we realized this is C9, so we can either avoid them or just take them on and wipe them there. We decided that we can avoid them because we end up finding a spot inside zone, so we rotate over there, we hold that spot, and luckily zone you know was nice to us this tournament and gave us zone for a little while, and C9 was in a bad spot, so when they had to rotate in, they ended up getting wiped. We knew that, so all in our mindset was like, we chill here, we wait, and we get our free points that are like all around on our side on the western area.
Yeah, and you were able to sort of ride that train to the end. You got yourselves in a great position. Were able to pick up a couple of more kills and finish, I think, in 4th place. Another fantastic finish here in game number 5. Jagger, again, congratulations, dude. It is about time. Pittsburgh Knights showing up. We've been casting you guys for so long, and it's great to see you here with the W. Mail you your trophy. Look out for that in the mail. But still, congratulations. Any final word for the fans?
Yeah, this is a pretty easy game. Pretty tough. Good games to all the other teams that tried and didn't succeed. I can't speak. Anywho, GG's. Good luck in the next season.
GG's. Well, congratulations, sir, once again. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thanks.
Alrighty. That's.
I think you're hearing like it sounded like, you know, yes, it calmness, but also kind of like he did it, you know, and it's such an interesting journey for him because as much as like it's a team thing and then they've got World League, they got all those other things. He's the original guy still on that roster, still playing with them to get over the hump and get it done. That was really cool. And, you know, I don't want to understate it, you know, and I think, Paul, you did a great job hitting on it. Like, we've been casting since season 1. Jagger's been on that roster, all the ups and downs, finally to get over the hump and not be second place. That's what he said. He's like, it feels good not to be second place. They're able to get it done. So I'm very happy for him specifically, but that whole roster, they've grown, and I think only great things can happen for them in World League.
Absolutely. And I'll kind of wrap this up. We'll get final thoughts from each of you here as well. Cameron, obviously you're coming into this, you get to see all of these fantastic teams that we know do well, and then PK really step up today. Yeah. You know, just what are your thoughts on sort of the NA PUBG mobile scene as a whole, and your final thoughts on the day?
So ultimately, I'm still in the process of really diving deep into this scene, PUBG Mobile and the NA scene and just the Western scene in general, and it's delivered. Every single time that I've been involved, have been fortunate enough to dip my toes into it and continue so in the future. It's been great games, definitely delivered on that aspect, and this was a great series of games, and if anything, it shows that it's not just one game like Wildcard that are just running away with everything. Any team can show up at any time as long as they put in the work and they put in the effort and they're actually able to deliver and execute on their game plan.
Absolutely. And now I'll send it to you, Degon, for your final thoughts.
Yeah. Again, another season in the books. Absolutely love this community. It might be a little bit harder for me in the future to, I guess, participate in some of these tournaments. So in case this might be one of my last casts for a while, I've appreciated how much this community, ESL North America, the producers, directors, everyone, all the staff, and the esports PUBG mobile side of things have kind of accepted me. But without you guys, it wouldn't be great. And I'm very glad, blessed, happy that we get to tell your stories. So thank you guys so much. Really made it. And hopefully we'll see you guys in season 6.
Oh, yeah. And thank you guys both for joining me here today. It's been a great time. Have a good night. Take it easy. Go relax. Don't drink another Diet Coke. Degon, my goodness. All right.
He's gonna.
All right, guys, take it easy. We're going to do our final shout outs and goodbyes here before we go. ! Sign up in the chat. You just saw that epic tournament. You just saw that final conclusion. You just saw a player so happy that he finally got the win that he could, like, he was just trying to hold it together. That's the kind of stories we build here at the ESL Mobile Open. That's why you should sign up for season 6. Get your friends, get involved. And of course, follow us over on social media so you can stay up to date with all the things that we're doing here. We're constantly bringing out new stuff, constantly trying new things, and always looking for feedback from the community. ! Social is where you can do that. And of course, follow and subscribe to the channel you're watching right now. If it's on Twitch, if it's on YouTube, wherever you're watching this, hit that follow button so that you know when we're going live again, so you can keep up to date and you can watch these broadcasts, because season 6 is coming. It feels like a little bit of a ways off now, but it's right around the corner. And that's it. That's season 5 in the books. That is multiple games of champions. That is now PUBG Mobile with a bow on it. For myself and Verum, from the cast and crew, from everyone here at the ESL Mobile Open, thank you so much, and we'll see you in season 6.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.